Welcome, welcome. Uh, welcome to the show. How are well? Uh, we talked a lot about many things: the Masons, Illuminati, New World Order, vaccines, the law. The list goes on and on and on and on and on and on. Talking about things. There's a lot of dimensions to the Masonic conspiracy. There's a lot of well, to any conspiracy. Unless it's conspiracy on who stole a donut or Twinkie or some shit. There's okay. The Masonic conspiracy is a very advanced conspiracy. Very advanced. The people aren't aware of how this Freemasonry itself is circles within circles, and the not to mention the aspects of ceremonial magic and subtle hypnotic suggestion. There is a lot of people that have came and went, tried to discover the conspiracy, the heart of it, trying to expose it, trying to rehabilitate the minds of mankind from all the bullshit lies that we've been fed for generations and generations. A lot of shit going on. The people, they, they just love to listen to the lies and hear the lies, and they love the fantasy land bullshit. They love it. They love the safety of the lies. They love to not know that if you watch G.I. Joe in the 80s, knowing is half the battle. So if you don't know that, well, you're gonna be fucked. Because you're gonna end up being a tool to the New World Order, a tool to the socialist communist engineers. I've lost so many subscribers. Why? Because I discuss the reality of communism. I discuss how America's already a communist nation. Every plank of the Communist Manifesto has been fulfilled long ago. I discussed, and the fucking communists, they can't fucking stomach what I have to say because it's the truth. And that fucking, and I've been saying it for years. And then all of a sudden everybody just notices, and then all of a sudden I'm just blacklisted and exiled from everybody for speaking out against communism. They don't even know what it is. It's gonna help everybody. It's sharing. It's good. If it's so good, then why the fuck do they gotta shove it down our fucking throats? If it's so good, why the fuck is every fucking movie and not everyone? There's so much fucking communist propaganda. It's bullshit. At the same time, there's bullshit propaganda telling Americans that this is Constitution, Republic. Because if it was, it seems like we'd have a little bit more Constitution than fucking. We can't even fucking. We don't even have the rights to fucking. The rights of our own fucking bodies. When they had the fucking vaccine bullshit going on. Oh, you don't like You don't want to get a vaccine, you better get the fuck out of here because you're fired. That's what the fuck that was. You know, and there should have been millions of lawsuits all over the country. People fucking absolutely pissed to the fucking core about, you know, about the type of bullshit that fucking proceeded. I remember this one dude I used to be friends with. His name was Ryan. He was a fucking idiot. You know, I was friends with him for quite some time since high school, and then never had no beef with him. Uh, no beef. And he starts talking shit. Oh, blah blah. Because I was speaking against vaccines, fucking like 12 years ago, and that he starts talking all this shit, like, oh, you're a fucking idiot, blah blah. It's like, oh, I'm an idiot. You watch. 10 years, there'll be fucking mandatory vaccines. My fucking guess was dead on accurate. I told him 10 years before that son of a bitch, Ryan, piece of shit. I haven't spoken with him since. I tried to talk to him after the pandemic. I asked him, I said, so you still got the same opinion on vaccines? He never sent a message back because he's a pussy. He knows that I was right. You know, and I'm not saying I'm the most responsible person because I'm a fucking lazy piece of shit. I mean, I'm not a piece of shit, but I'm definitely lazy. But so, I'm not lazy in the mind. I may seem like some kind of pothead that doesn't know anything, but I can assure you that I know much more than you and many other people ever will. You know, it's like Jordan Maxwell says, I probably forgot more than what most people learn in their whole lives. You gotta remember the good parts. Yeah, I remember calling out those, saying that the vaccines would come. Oh, the vaccines would come. Nobody ever believed me. What's up, M? Nobody believed me. Well, some people did. Well, no, they didn't because they came to me after the pandemic and was like, "Oh, how'd you know this shit was gonna happen? How'd you know? How'd you know?" They literally fucking 20-minute conversation. Them asking me over and over, how did I know that fucking the new world order was gonna fucking new world order? How did I know that? Uh, well, it's not because I'm some kind of seer or some kind of prophet or some kind of genius. I just simply followed the fucking research of Cooper. How did I know it? I followed fucking the research of an old dude that was retired Navy intelligence dude that fucking knew more shit than quite a few people. Read thousands of books. Well, he did, not me. I've probably only read hundreds of books. Yeah, the conspiracy is reaching an all-time high because the more fanaticism you see, uh, the more stupidity, the more idiots following superstition. You can tell that those are the fruits of the conspiracy. Those are the fruits of the Illuminists to drive the minds mad of the sheeple, to make them believe that they should destroy. It's all, no good can come from any sort of destruction. And that these sheeple that fucking trample the earth with their fucking unlimited amount of stupidity. They're only doing what their slave masters want them to do. In this world, voluntary slavery, because see, we weren't slaves then we'd be able to own as much gold as we wanted to. We'd have all the rights secured for us that the fucking founding fathers gave to us, the Constitution. But no, we don't have that. We don't have any fucking rights. We ain't got no gold. You know, if somebody had a bunch of slaves and wanted to fucking make sure they never decide to leave, they'd make sure that they didn't have any gold. They'd make sure, oh, here's your little coupons. We're all fucking slaves. Otherwise, we'd have real gold, real silver. Not bullshit. Not a fucking piece of fucking paper. Here's $100 bill. Well, does this bill fit the definition of a bill? Oh no, it's a note. Well, does it fit the legal definition of a note? Oh no, it's a credit. Well, does it fit the definition of credit? You know, somebody can make a journal entry into an account and just create money from nothing. That's not capitalism. That's called fraud. That's my pterodactyl impression. Master, can I have some less, please? Can I have some less? That's what's going on. Oh, let me vote for this beautiful thing that makes me think that it's all going to benefit me. And oh, somehow it could never screw me. It could not, what I choose to do, which seems good and which has good intentions, could never hurt me back. It could never enslave me with fucking world socialism and fucking a bunch of fucking cute idiot fucking bullets. I'm so annoyed. I don't even know how to fucking swear. I mean, Jesus Christ. You know, people who walk around, there's people walking around right now that do not have a fucking brain in their head. And that they'll sit there and run their mouth all day long and judge you and call you a piece of shit without any evidence. And without any evidence on both parts. And fucking they'll assure you that if you follow the communist goal, that you'll get rewarded in the end with the communist utopia. The fucking bullshit that fucking never seems to stop fucking proliferating. I mean, literally. When will it end? When will the communists stop fucking multiplying? And see, the communists don't actually have families and stuff because they're all fucking idiots. So they're not going to physically multiply. They're just going to adopt and recruit new fucking little communists. There's so many people that have never written a letter to their governor, to their congressman, to their senator, to their attorney general, to the state's attorney general, to anybody. And then it's just so amazing. These fucking people that are fucking idiots that, you know, it's like, what was that thing about? It was, oh, fuck, I forget what the controversy was, but some douchebag was saying shit, and I'm like, why don't you write a letter to your congressman? Because I've already done it, and I've already wrote tons of letters. And he said, no, fuck that, that's not gonna work. And I was like, well, then what's the answer? What's the answer to your problem? And he said, I'm gonna go to church and fix the government. That's what he said. And I'm like, oh, so you going to church is gonna somehow fix the government? That's gonna fix it? that's going to do more than you writing a letter to the government and simply requesting. It's not. And then the dude, he said, fuck off. Eat your fucking letter. Whatever the fuck he said. Some fucking little piece of shit, pussy bitch. You know, very rarely, not very rarely do people pick on me in real life. Very rarely do people try to start shit. Well, yeah, no, that's not true. but you see, in the real world, these people that are all fucking little bitch commies, they all want to make the world into a jungle and have survival of the fucking fittest. They all think they're top shit. They think they're bad motherfuckers. These little bitches that fucking weigh fucking less than 150 pounds and could be wrung out like a fucking rug. Yeah. I remember this one. I was at this party once. Some dude kissed my friend's girlfriend, and I was like, "What the?" And I knew my friend wouldn't stick up for himself, so I stuck up for him. I said, "What the fuck are you doing? You just kissed my friend's girlfriend." I'm like, "This is fighting words. You're talking. You fucking." So I said, "We're gonna go fight." And I said, "You can fucking punch me all you want." Well, I didn't say that, but we went to go fight the dude because he kissed my friend's girlfriend. I wasn't gonna stand for that shit. And fucking and so we get ready to fight. I don't throw one punch, not one punch. I just stand there and take every punch for a good 20 minutes. And then fucking and then after that I say, "Okay, I'm ready to start the fight." The dude was fucking exhausted. He couldn't throw another punch. He gave up. I didn't even have to throw one punch. I just let him punch me over and over. I swear to God, that's a fucking true story. No exaggeration. Swear to God. Absolutely true. I let somebody punch me because they wanted to fight, and then all of a sudden they didn't want to fight after they hit me like 50 times, which didn't even hurt. It was fucking. That's what happens when you grow up and your dad's a fucking asshole and he likes fucking punch you in the face every once in a while. You can take a punch. See, taking a lot of punches. I'm gonna punch so many fucking times that you don't even know what it's like. You don't know what it's like to be held down and fucking beat and fucking because it's happened to me. And that's why I'm not afraid of anybody because my dad's an asshole and fucking and that the people out there, these little commies that think that they're some kind of bad fucking tough shit, they've never had anything like that happen. They've never even had their fucking nose broke. They've never had shit. And that fucking I mean, we're living in fucking pussy land, idiot land, retard land, anything you want to call it, the dumbest shit you can think of. We're living in it because anywhere you go, anywhere, you're gonna find a whole fucking mess of retards just fucking chilling around, doing retarded shit, and fucking wasting time and being a bunch of fucking idiots. Uh, you know, I mean, I can't say that I don't waste time, but then again, is it a waste of time to try to wake up everybody? Is it a waste of time to try to fucking pep talk a motherfucker? I don't think it's a waste of time because, you know, who was it? One time I pep talked somebody and they did great things. I was proud of them. Too bad I couldn't look in the mirror and pep talk myself. You're gonna wake up at 8 in the morning, 6 in the morning. You're gonna fix the car. You're gonna do this, do that. Get some kind of dream job or some shit. You know, the people walking around believing in fate. You know, all these people, it's like that story of the two mice, and that the one mice fell. They were at the dairy farm in the barn. The one mouse fell in some milk. He was a weakling. He didn't do anything. He drowned in the milk. The other mice falls in the milk. And he doesn't give up. He kicks and swims until he can fucking. He just keeps kicking because he's not gonna fucking give up. And then the butter or the milk churns into butter, and the mouse stands on it and can escape. And the fucking we must be the mouse that churns the butter. There's a song by Ozzy that, well, Black Sabbath. Never say die. Don't you never. I don't know how. I'm not a good singer. Never say die. I got nothing. Never say die. Never give up. Never. I remember in 2002, my friend gave up, and then he fucking committed suicide, like a piece of shit, like a fucking asshole. You know, Nobody gets out of here. You don't get to leave early, motherfuckers. Nobody gets to leave early. We're in it for the long haul. We're never gonna give up. They think they can fucking brainwash us all into hating our Constitution. They think they can brainwash us into hating America. They're fucking idiots. This new world order, these fucking commies, all these bullshit fucking everybody wearing their whole fucking shit on their sleeve. Oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. Labels, labels galore. There's an '80s movie that really shined more than any other movie back then. I remember it. It was called what the fuck was that called? This is why labels are fucking garbage. It was about a bottle of Coca-Cola that fell from the sky from an airplane. It fell in Africa. And some little African dude picks it up and he's like, you know, I don't know what the fuck his language is. Click, 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 I don't know. My bad. So anyways, he takes the pop bottle it's made out of glass and he brings it back to the village. Everybody's like, "Oh, what did you?" There's old ladies smashing up grains and shit with it. Other people using it to like roll out dough. Or everybody was trying to use this bottle for something. Everybody wanted to use this bottle, and the fucking and then it was causing the whole village to fight. And the whole village, they voted and decided that the man who found the bottle must take it back from whence it came. From whence it came, it shall remain till it is complete again. uh, but so the point though is that this pop bottle, a glass Coke bottle, that this tribe had so many uses for, to us is just a bottle. Drink your pop, throw it in the fucking recycling thing. But to them, it didn't matter what the label said on it. They could use it for anything they wanted. But it had multiple purposes. So many purposes that they were all fighting over it. So when people label themselves, they're saying, "Oh, they got one purpose." Yeah, the gods must be crazy. Very good, Pedro. Thank you. That was the name of the movie. The gods must be crazy. If you're a little hipster and you're into '80s shit or something, you never seen that movie, you better go watch it because everyone in the '80s seen that fucking movie. Everyone. That movie was huge. I mean, it was a huge B movie. Sometimes there was stuff that was huge in the '80s that's never brought back in any way, shape, or form. I don't recall any that movie ever coming out on Blu-ray, you know. There's all sorts of stuff like that that's not really on the internet. I guarantee there's no nothing because everybody in the '80s has seen that fucking movie. Everybody, anybody that's from the '80s or before has seen that movie. It wasn't a tricky movie. So the point being, though, once you put a label on yourself, you're instantly containing yourself. You're saying that you will no longer grow and adapt to survive. You're saying that this is you and you represent this and everything that everybody is representing it. Everyone who's representing that is all the same premise. This whole bullshit. Oh bullshit. The best way to survive is to adapt. Adaptation. Long live Bill Cooper. You better watch out when the occultists get the no, I'm gonna joke. You know, they're making everybody keep a lid on themselves. Everybody's afraid to show their face. Everybody's afraid to talk, to be, this whole thing. Sometimes there's going to be a time when all this technology means nothing. Nothing. Someday there's going to come a day when every fucking luxury you've ever thought of is going to mean nothing. That everything that was mattered meant nothing because someday the thing that means everything may be gone. And that is where people change their lives. Change their lives. Life is happening right now. We are alive. This world is ours. We live in a time and a place where everything is monitored, where everything is seen, where nothing is secret. In the Amazon jungle, the people, they can't own anything because anything they own will rust or will mold or disintegrate because the harsh humidity of the jungle. And so their word means everything to them. When they fail their word, everything is gone. They've lost their honor. Great samurais of Japan, many of them lost their honor and committed seppuku. People who were Aztec warriors did the same. And that what was I getting at that? See, there's always chances for redemption. There's no need to seppuku. I can't remember what the word is. Seppuku. No need for that. Because even though you may have been a failure your whole life, you may have not been able to do anything right, etc. But there will come a time when people will need you, that you must be there, and that there will come a time when you will redeem yourself for America, for the founding fathers, for everyone who's ever mattered. I don't know what I'm getting at with the speech. What I'm trying to say is don't hold your tongue. Don't sit there and hold your tongue. When somebody's talking, do not hold your tongue. You want to say something, say it. Because there may be a day when you'll never get to say it again. You kick yourself in the ass. Never get to say it again. That's why you must say it. You must be the mouth that no one else can be. The big mouth. Well, nah, I need to fire my speechwriter. Yeah, artificial scarcity. Well, we also live in makes me wonder about that. What was that called? Iron Mountain. The report from Iron Mountain to make people think that there's aliens so they can put money into whatever they want. The idea of them polluting our land and polluting everything, forcing us to buy water, forcing us to do this and that. you know, there may come a day when a bunch of Marxists decide they're going to destroy the world, and that that all these people that have been apologetic towards Marxism and communism, they don't understand the radical mindset of these little fucking Marxists, these little pieces of shit. They don't understand it. These people are fucking insane. They are fucking wacko. Marxism is a religion. It's never been proven to work. It's very ironic because one of my relatives of the distant past was Captain John Smith. Not only was he a slave in Tartaria, and I'm not talking about the stupid internet sensation bullshit. That's just a location, which basically means Asia. But he also went to Jamestown, and that before he got there, Jamestown, it said there was a rule of Jamestown was originally like a communist settlement in a way, and it was like, but then it failed, and then my relative went there and said, if you don't work, you don't eat, and then he made the communism work of Jamestown. Fucking I don't know if it was really communism, but it's a little piss hole settlement with minuscule supplies, and they said they were eating their shoe leather and stuff. Or was that the time? And it's funny because tracking the life of that son of a bitch, he did all these great feats. Went back to England, wanted to be upper class. Was always trying to be upper class. They would never let him in. Why? Because he wasn't one of them. Wasn't a member of the mystery school. Wasn't a member of the Masons. Wasn't a member of this, that. People throughout time have accomplished great feats. No one's ever known their names, who they were, nothing. No stories have ever been handed down. And then other stories, which are completely confabulated, get made the greatest stories of all time. Blah, blah, blah. To the person who, what was I getting at? I had some actual stuff to say here about So it's just very ironic when it's like there's at least I think I counted like 20 something of the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite has blood oaths. Pretty sure it was 20 something. I don't think it was all of them. I don't recall all of them having a blood oath. Just imagine somebody who's like, there's no conspiracy. It's like, well, then why would somebody need that many blood oaths? What are they doing taking that many blood oaths? Telling me there's no conspiracy? Then why is there levels within levels within levels of secrecy? Why is this the case? The world is I look backwards. Okay, that's better. Bowler, shot cola, put a pillow on my chair. Now I'm a bit taller. I hate that song. Uh, you know, reading the writings of the founding fathers, you find they were a lot smarter than anybody you probably met. The because some of them they weren't known for being gullible. That's for sure. The you read the writings of Thomas Paine, you find that he was incredibly that word. He was incredibly well, not necessarily paranoid, but he had many comments on some huge subjects, and that his explanations for them were not anything that you ever heard, and that it was all very common sense. It's a joke because he wrote a book named Common Sense. Oh, but it's true. Common sense. The people, see, it's like the way they talk about stuff. There's all these complex explanations for certain stuff, like all the excuses that socialists make up about socialism and communism, all this stuff. It's like they don't understand that they don't understand that when you apply common sense to it, that what they're saying, even though they've been brainwashed and do it, somehow it makes sense to them. It doesn't make sense to anybody that's aware of things. Just like how roughly 30% of everyone's income tax. We're not in communism. Oh, There's a 30% graduated income tax that's not part of the Constitution, and the founding fathers are totally against. Whoa, I hate the Constitution. Oh, that's their attitude. That's their fucking attitude. And it's like, well, the founding fathers didn't put in this graduated fucking income tax that's fucking which is one of the planks of the Communist Manifesto, aka Illuminati Manifesto. Taking away the right of inheritance, that was not part of the founding fathers' ultimate goal. The Illuminati, excuse me, they knew that that America would be made, and that it would topple the kings of Europe, topple the churches. They knew it. They planned on it. But the founding fathers did not want to go along with the Illuminati goals. They hoped and assumed that Americans would use their brains and be able to protect themselves from having encroachment upon their rights by these internationalist cowards. These internationalist cowards who will never invade our country, who will never, and that's the thing. It's fucked up because it's like, it's the most, what is that called? Aggressive? No. Like aggro pacifism? What the fuck is that called? Awful audio. Shit. Ah, god damn it. I'm on the wrong fucking.
Okay. Well, thank you, Damon. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's my Elvis impression. Yo, I'm acting like Elvis until I seen your mama's pelvis. Nah. Yeah, passive aggressive. Yes, exactly. You know what I'm talking about here. Most passive aggressive bullshit. God damn it, the cherry fell out of my joint. I'm trying to quit smoking cigarettes, so I smoke lots of roach joints. All this passive aggressive bullshit. That's what I hate. That's what I would always. The few times I ever got in trouble with school was, for getting in a fight or something, was somebody being passive aggressive. And it's like, I just couldn't take it. I couldn't take the mind games. It's like, oh, you want to play mind games? And I just fucking flip the fuck out. And then everybody gets scared. That's why I got kicked out. Well, I didn't get kicked out, but I had to. No, I don't remember. I was a mad little kid. When you're a little kid and your dad beats your face in, you have a tendency to get very angry. I don't get angry like that anymore. But when I was a kid, it was like the whole fucking world was against me. I didn't trust nothing. I remember being in third grade, just straight up fucking like, fuck you. I ain't doing the fucking homework. I know how to read and write, and I don't need to fucking sit there and read and fucking practice it over and over. The fuck was I breaking that up on? And so I eventually got kicked out of that class. Had to sit in the hallway for the whole year in third grade because I was protesting. I remember being like, I'm not about fucking writing this shit. I've written this shit over and over. My fingers bent from writing. I noticed that observation in third grade. My fingers started getting bent from writing so much, pressing so hard on the fucking with the pencil. It's like, and I didn't even understand. It's like sitting there and just writing all these math equations. And it's like, what is this? Some kind of slave factory where it doesn't make any money? We all just get brainwashed. I wasn't aware of the whole Rockefeller bullshit in third grade. Wasn't aware of all that. All I knew was that everybody was stupid and that everybody was fucking retarded. And that I knew that fucking they couldn't be trusted. Nobody could be trusted except for, you know, people that were my age when I was a kid. That and that fucking I knew that there was a lot of bullshit going on, a lot of usury, a lot of bullshit. I could see it. I could see, and then I could see the fear in everybody's eyes. And they'd say something like, "Well, say something to them. Stand up for yourself." Nobody would ever stand up for themselves. The so eventually I started standing up for people because I was sick of watching it. I wasn't gonna let people be put down. I wasn't gonna let people put themselves down, and I wasn't gonna let people put other people down. I wasn't gonna let people be fucking assholes because I had a voice, and I knew that fucking if you stand up, that if you fucking make that milk curdle like the fucking mouse that didn't drown, don't give up. you know, I remember. I remember a lot of stuff. I remember a lot of stuff, and that well, the time flies quick. It's like I remember being 15. When I was 15, at a World Industry skateboard, I had a CD player. The well, it doesn't matter what I had. My point is that I thought the world was about certain stuff. I didn't know that I thought the world was different than what it was. I couldn't see it for what it is. A giant piece of shit con job. Uh, you know, it's like people get rich, big businesses happen. People think, oh, this is a legitimate place. It's got a nice building, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, that they're fucking halfway running the world type shit. It's like the whole thing about these labels and shit. These people that if they assume that you're one of those people, don't be rude to him. All this bullshit. It's like everybody wants to think that they're equal rights, but they don't treat people equally. They don't treat them equally. They otherwise there wouldn't. It's like how the leftists what they were saying about their whole voting thing backfired when they claimed that people in the hood and stuff didn't know how to use a computer. You know, that's just ridiculous. Uh, that's incredibly insulting. There's still people making how could somebody say something like that? It's just as bad as that Bo Jiden who says you ain't black if you don't vote for me, or some bullshit. It's like who the fucking nerve. Uh, nobody really even thinks like that. Especially these days. Maybe idiots, but they're I don't know. It's like when I lived in the hood and stuff like 26 years, 25 years ago. It was like it's like you wouldn't people people didn't know that they were supporting socialism. They didn't know it. They didn't know that their ideologies were supporting it. They would never openly support it, but everything about what they believe, what fucking it all supported the system of fucking being a victim, the whole victim mentality. It's like we can't be free if we're victims. If we have a victim mentality, we can't be free if we wear all these ideas and stuff on our sleeves. When we put all these labels on, these people that are adhering to all these fucking labels and shit, you know, it's like, I don't know. It's getting pretty wild. AI centers everywhere. Fucking face recognition technology everywhere. You know, not that it matters, but I'm sure the founding fathers would be like, "What the fuck? You can't violate everybody's Fourth Amendment at a nonstop fucking rate." Uh, this is America. This isn't fucking computer world. Computer world. This isn't fucking all these lawyers and shit are just such. They've turned everything into such a shit show. Everything has been just turned into a major shit show. All this fucking corporate nonsense. Anybody that works has ever worked at any corporate nonsense. Oh, they all know that the manager doesn't know shit, or the district manager, and that all the corporate executives, they all sit there and make millions of dollars a day sitting at a fucking table. I seen a scale of who works the least, and it had the bottom worker, the management, then the upper management, corporate executives, and all that bullshit. But then there was one above that was beyond this corporate bullshit. The trader, the barter, the trader. That he did the least amount of work, while the person who was the bottom person did the most amount of work. And that if the barter system was brought back into full effect, it'd give a lot of people a lot of extra time. Damn, is this smoking here? The trader, trade, you also need the trade regulator. Because like back in when America before America started, all those Frenchmen, all these other people, they were. Well, that didn't even happen while America was started. So many natives got ripped off by fucking pieces of shit, pieces of shit that couldn't. They were trading like buffalo fur for whiskey or something, all this stuff, and it was like, but they were always ripping everybody off. It's like you give somebody the sour end of the deal for 300 years, and it's like it does take its toll on the mind. I've always wondered if that's why in school people picked on me more, because I was part native. I didn't know. I thought about it. I speculated. Is this why nobody will treat me the same? Why I'm always excluded from all these fucking cliques and all this bullshit? That's part of the reason why I dropped out of school. All my friends, when I was 15, they weren't at my school. They didn't go to school. Well, one of them did, but he was like 2 or 3 grades above me. So when I was younger, I always thought it was cool to hang out with older people, because they always had better weed, and basically it was, well, I don't know. I just didn't get along with. I get along with very few people in my grade. I still have a few friends from my grade, but um, people that were like preps and stuff. Like, I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, I was always in the nerd group, kind of, but I was always rejected by the nerds. Even uh, I didn't get it. I don't know. Uh, the same type of bullshit, clicky, fucking uh, high school mentality. It goes on in these communities of podcasters and all this stuff. You can tell. You can tell it's all the same bullshit. Nobody really mentally ages unless they had some sort of traumatic experience or really fucking just work their fucking, well, I guess it doesn't matter about work 'cause my dad's worked more than anybody on the planet. He's fucking didn't learn shit. He wasted his life. Wasted his life. See, I'm still just thinking about what I should I pursue art? Should I pursue pharmacy bullshit? Should I try to become a lawyer? Should I join the Navy? Probably not gonna do any of that because see, I've been listening to this William Cooper for 17 years, trying to figure out what the fuck he's talking about exactly. Trying to figure it all out. Trying to make sure I can nail it down. Trying to make sure that I understand what the fuck he's trying to brief people on intelligence wise. Finding about this unconstitutional world government was quite a shock. Well, I mean, not really, because I've already been screwed so many times. It all made sense. Like, oh, they tell you that if you don't pay the courts money, that you've what is that word? That you've what the fuck is that word? It's the same thing they tell you if you fucking start mouthing off to them over and over. They've told it to me like a million times when I was arguing in custody, arguing about child support. Oh, contempt. That's what it is. Oh, we're not throwing you in jail because you didn't pay, because that would be a debtor's prison. We're going to throw you in jail because you're in contempt. I can't tell you how many times they threatened to throw me in jail. I remember every week when I was a kid, every week, fucking going to the probation office for fucking, because I shoplifted or something, and fucking, and the fucking the dude would be like, "You're going to jail. We're gonna put you in jail every fucking week." And it's like, you know, the nerve of such a thing. Just imagine if you were a probation officer. You're at some party or hanging. Well, I guess probation officers probably don't have any friends, but I'm just joking. I don't know, but so just imagine you're a grown man and you're a probation officer, and you're telling your friends, "I was bullying this 15-year-old that was I'm talking about me, that I was bullied by the probation officer when I was 15, and that fucking him telling me I'm gonna go to jail every fucking week." It's like, who the fuck does that? What kind of pussy bitch would fucking treat someone like that? Especially a kid. I got treated by like so much fucking garbage by so many adults when I was a kid. They just fucking lied, fucking, all sorts of fucking stupid. No, nobody ever gave me any respect except for my friends, and that's why my friends were so important because they weren't lying to me. They weren't fucking trying to manipulate me. Well, I mean, some of them were to try to make me smoke all my weed with them, but that's not a big deal. You know, it's like all this news and stuff. I don't even waste my time with half of it because I know that it's all just fucking lies. I know that it's all fucking lies. You start believing in everything, you're gonna fucking end up fucking with dementia because you can't believe all the lies and think that you're gonna be straight headed forever. Uh, so it's better just to not believe in anything. Don't believe nothing. Don't trust nothing. Don't trust any of these motherfuckers that are mainstream. Don't trust any of this shit. You know, people talking all this talk, people all fucking don't trust it. That fucking it'd be like when I was a kid and the neighbors wanted to fight and the three of them come over, they're standing on my porch. They think they're bad, you know. They're all older than me and shit. And fucking I go stand on the porch out there and they were surprised stepped outside because they thought I wasn't going to come outside. And I said, "What do you want?" And they said, "We're here to beat you up." And I said, "Proceed." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Well, if you're here to beat me up, then do it. Don't just stand there. Beat me up." It's like a fucking movie or something. It's like, and then I'm just sitting there like punch me in the face. You want to beat me up? Punch me in the face. Not all three of them. None of them were brave enough to punch me in the face, and they all just left. It's like, well, what the fuck was that about? Fucking pussies. No offense, one of the dudes passed away. He got in a car accident about 20 years ago. But like, same thing with all a bunch of shit. You know, I remember being in the hood, fucking this piece of shit, Kalunji Hall. This motherfucker, he was a piece of shit. He was a fucking just a shit talking motherfucker, talking shit about my friend. I told him, I said, you got a problem with him, you got a problem with me also because you know, and the what, what was that fucking shit? I remember. And so he says he wants to fight, and I say, go stand right up next to him. I say, let's fucking do this. He says, he starts looking around. I said, what? You gonna fucking hit me or what? You gonna fucking punch me in the face? He wouldn't do shit. Didn't do shit. You know, there's only been one time that I can remember where somebody actually hit me. One fucking time where I said hit me, motherfucker, and they actually did. But you know, they weren't very strong, and I said they were like, oh, you know, and I'm like, I'm like, you do that again, and you know, the gloves are coming off. And then they're like, sorry. They said sorry. They fucking hit me in the face. I think they did it twice too. I let them do it twice. They hit me in the face twice. It was over a chick. It was over a chick. They hit me in the face twice. I said, "Are you sure you want to do that? Are you sure?" And fucking they apologized immediately because they knew that I was not gonna fuck around. If they wanted to fight, that I was not gonna fucking you know, give any mercy. Well, I mean, I obviously would because the I'm against violence. But like, you know, I remember when I was 17, I was in jail for probation violation, and I was playing basketball with these fucking some pieces of shit, and fucking I'm holding my arms out like this. Well, I guess you can't. I'm holding my arms out all the way. Got my legs spread out, trying to guard the hoop and shit, and fucking the dude trips over my leg and he breaks his leg. and then the fucking the guards or whatever, they fucking take me to this some kind of office or something to talk to the sheriff or something, and he's like, "Did you do that on purpose?" And I'm like, "No. Why the fuck would I do that on purpose?" And he's like, "Well, blah blah. I'm gonna make your life living hell, blah blah." And I'm like, "I'm in jail. This is jail basketball. Some piece of shit fucking got hurt because he tripped over my leg." And the fucking I held my ground. Fucking they believed me because I wasn't lying. And that fucking but then somebody else got hurt while playing basketball or something. I think it was his wrist or something. I don't remember what happened. I just remember they got hurt. They were real mad again. They almost kicked me out of jail. They kicked my friend out of jail. He's crazy though. He like well, I'm not gonna get into that, but they almost kicked me out too because they were not really. They were really pissed off because we were raising too much hell. I remember my bunkie had a bunch of blankets. He had a bunch of extra blankets. I was like, and we were like sitting there, and I'm like, let's take these blankets, make a rope, and flush it down the toilet. And we did, and we flooded the whole jail. And fucking all right, well, sorry, I'm just reminiscing. And they were really mad. I'm really good at making people mad. That's what I'm good at. I'm an expert at that. If you got somebody you want to make mad, just let me know, and fucking I'll tell you what to say to piss them off. Just royally piss them off. It's a magical skill. I'm on the second hour. Well, if you want to come on and ask a few questions, it seemed like you asked some very good questions last time you were on the Aiming. Yo, I quit walking so I could start shit talking. Nah, I don't got any more. Damn it, this joint keeps shit on me. Yeah, where's I got my book folder on. I was looking for a book here. Is this the one? Where's this stupid poem book? No, that's not it. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. I could have sworn there was. It's Alfred Edward Waite. Okay. I don't think it was the Confessions of Aleister Crowley. I don't think it was that. It was something else. Where the fuck is it? The Great. Wait, where? The Advent of the Eon of Horus. There's a lot of pages. 391. Wait, these are even this is a bad copy. 391. I don't think this is the part though. 381. There's a lot going on with these Freemasons, the higher degrees. The Blue Lodge, they don't know nothing about anything. They're not even aware that there's always a few 32nd or 33rd degree Masons lurking about, trying to recruit, uh, or just, I'm not even sure what it's really, what the whole deal is. All I do know is that all of the fucking, almost every one of the Masons that I know that's not the Mormon dude, they're all fucking Marxists, basically. They're all fucking commies. And I'm not counting the Blue Lodge, obviously. And a lot of Scottish Rite Masons. One in particular was my friend's stepdad. That my friend's brother, he turned into a huge communist. What a coincidence. He also claimed all sorts of shit, which I'm not gonna repeat, but if I repeated every story that I've heard people say, I'd probably have like the biggest ratings. People would be like, "Wow, this is crazy." I'm not repeating anything that people say because most of the time, you don't know if they're fucking. No offense to my friend's brother, but I think he's straight up crazy. Uh, and not in a good way because he doesn't know he's crazy. See, a crazy person that knows they're crazy is that's not as bad. I mean, it could be annoying, but a crazy person who doesn't know they're crazy, like 10,000 raging Marxists that are running, well, there's a lot more than that, but these fucking, well, they don't know they're crazy. See, it's like this thing about certain stuff, Illuminists and this communism. It's like, it seems like it's some sort of, well written, uh normalized thing or something. It's all just seems nice and well cut. But then once you get in it, it seems like the people just start melting into fucking insanity. uh well, there's two big things that his brother said. What are you reading my mind over there, fucking demon? Damon's reading my mind. Well, he claimed that one of his claims was that his 32nd degree stepdad had said some kind of word and made him freeze. He claimed that he couldn't move. He claimed that he was frozen, and that I'm not gonna discuss the other thing that he claimed because uh, no, that's uh, damn it, I could go for a cigarette. Um, Maybe I should. No, damn it. Fuck. I don't think I should. A lot of claims going on. I've heard all sorts of people claim everything. The what was it? Somebody that I used to know that dated this chick that was one of my friends. He died mysteriously, and his friend that was like a drummer or bass player or something claimed that he was killed by the Scottish Rite. I don't know if and it's odd that he was also obsessed with mounds. I thought that was very odd. Somebody from Michigan. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a while. But like, how was I getting it? Some wild claims. You know, it's funny because that same dude, whenever I'd bring up Freemasonry, he'd always freak out. Like, you can't talk about that. You can't talk about that here. You can't talk. He'd fucking, it's like, dude, I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. I ain't no Mason. I ain't got no oaths to anybody. These motherfuckers. Uh, you know, the Bible's got some good advice. Don't take oaths. That's what it says. So I figured I'd take that advice. Uh, I remember being in court once, and they're like, "Do you raise your right hand and blah 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 and swear to God?" And I said, "Whose God am I swearing to?" And then they got all pissed off, and they're like, "You don't have to do it." I'm like, "Oh, I don't have to do it? Why? Because because I asked a simple question. This is court. It's like they're gonna make me swear to a God. Which God? I don't. I gotta know which God you want me to swear to. I remember once. I've stood up before and said some of the bravest shit you've ever heard to so many people. So many people. I remember the craziest thing. I was in the big city, and some popo pulled me over and then he claimed a bunch of crazy shit, and then he pointed his weapon at my face. I looked at him straight in the eyes, and I said, "Are you on crack?" And then he like started scratching his head. He got confused. I'm like, "Yes, I said it. Are you smoking crack? Because you act like it." That's what I told him. He had his fucking thing pointed right at my face. The fucking popo. I've only got a misdemeanor on my record. I was driving 10 miles over the speed limit. That same city, people got their fucking brains blown out by the fucking popo all over the place. There's all sorts of fucking rumors and shit. One of my friend's dads, he was in the city. He fucking ended up dead in the back of his truck when my friend was a little kid, and it traumatized my friend for life. And nobody ever knew what happened to his dad. And that there's all sorts of stories like that. That's stuff that I heard when I was young. Hearing about all sorts of weird, like hearing about mafia in Detroit running some kind of business that they were operating multiple. You know, I should be a detective because I know what the fuck's going on simply from just observation because I'm not an idiot. Uh, It's like driving around the city. Oh, drug deal, drug deal. There's a drug deal. There's another person doing a drug deal. Right there. Fucking idiots. People are all retarded. I'd be like the best cop ever. They'd be so proud of me. Like, how'd you do that? How'd you get? Like, yeah, motherfucker. I lived in the hood. I know what kind of shady shit goes on. You go and stand in a basketball court and play basketball for enough times, and eventually you're gonna see something crazy. I remember one time I was driving to the hood and I didn't have no license plate on the car, and it was my roommate's car, and well, no, I think there was a license plate, but it was expired. The car didn't have insurance. It wasn't registered. It was like a 1992 it's some little piece of shit Mercury Topaz. That's what it was. Some little piece of shit car. But if you ever see that car with a stick shift and all-wheel drive, buy it because it's the rarest piece of shit on the planet. But it was a front-wheel drive Mercury Topaz. It's had a stick, and I'm already nervous because sometimes Fords have really touchy fucking clutches, and like and like there was cops all over in the city, and fucking I'm driving hot with no fucking license plate shit on, an illegal car. I mean, it was my friend's car. It just had expired shit, or no insurance, but like, and there's cops in front of me and behind me, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna get a huge ticket. And then all of a sudden, I'm looking at this apartment building, and there's cop cars driving through the grass, going sideways. Fucking, there's some guy running, and fucking, it's like, oh shit, there he go. It was hilarious. Well, like, well, looks like they're not after us, because I was worried about no car insurance, the yeah, that was pretty funny. What was I getting at? Talking about stupid stories. Here, get back to the yeah. So that report from Iron Mountain thing, they told us how they were gonna sell us everything. We're gonna be forced to buy water. Everything's gonna be polluted. Everything's gonna be shitty. They're gonna fake aliens so they could, pump money into fucking who knows what. I mean, the whole question is there aliens? That's the whole question at this point. Is there aliens? Doesn't matter what they're made out of or what they are. that's the pinnacle of the conspiracy. It tips one way or the other. It tips two ways. If they're real, it tips one way. If they're not real, then it tips the way that Cooper predicted it would be. But he never says fully that he knows that it's not real. I mean, it's tricky what he's talking about, because it's like he's probably pretty drunk most of the time. I mean, I wish I could have a drink. Fucking, maybe I'd have a good podcast, but I can't fucking drink. This shit fucking, for all I know, I could fucking drop dead tomorrow morning from being old. I mean, one of my fucking, all sorts of people I know that fucking younger than me, fucking having all sorts of heart conditions and shit. It's like, what the fuck are they doing? Uh, you know, it's like one of my friends, he doesn't smoke weed anymore. All he does is smoke the nicotine pen. It's like, well, you sure the nicotine pen isn't affecting your heart? Because he takes some kind of heart pills or something. And he's all worried about his heart. He's like 28. It's like, what the fuck? I never thought about that when I was 28. I think I need a cigarette. Damn it, that's not the book I was looking for. These aren't the books you're looking for. What the fuck is that? Serpico, what does that mean? Alright, well, I think I got something here that, go grab a cigarette real quick. Let me just, I think I got something here. Hold up. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna play this for a minute while I go grab a cigarette.
Ordinary home outside of Indianapolis.
Sound.
Al is the president. This isn't the Justice
of 1993.
There's no sound.
After Linda
God damn it. I can't play this.
with the red and
No
green
sound.
FEMA colors. There's obviously a connection between private
Alright, 1 second. I was gonna play the America Under Siege video by Linda Thompson. I don't know why that didn't have no sound. What the fuck's going on with this? Wait. Was it on my end, maybe? Hold on. I think that was my end. Oops. Wait, that's... God damn it. That's not it. That was the Twin Peaks documentary. Okay, I think the no sound was on my end. Okay, it
ordinary
was. I'm
home
retarded.
outside of Indianapolis.
Alright,
Elishaba, side of
I'm
her
gonna fast
face, she
forward
saw
it.
proof that our government murdered not only its own agents, but 96 people in ways to keep the neighbors back. This was in Idaho, in the United States of America, my country, in 1992. I vowed then that I would personally make it my responsibility to expose the truth to America.
Wait, is that Linda
On
Thompson?
February 28, 1993, the federal government attacked the Branch Davidians in Waco. In the course of investigating our government's actions in Waco, Texas in 1993, I came across the shocking, horrifying proof that our government intentionally murdered its own agents and the people at Mount Carmel in Waco, Texas. Over the next year, I gathered more information about Waco and made a detailed documentary and a tape about the children who were killed in Waco. If you haven't seen these...
But on the last two passes, they existed. Black
Okay,
helicopter sightings are numerous. These
here.
attack helicopters were filmed during the siege in Waco, Texas. The small one has some of the highest firepower of any helicopter. These black helicopters were filmed at the FBI headquarters in Waco, Texas by Linda Thompson. Joe from Texas sent us these pictures of a black helicopter buzzing his home. Hilda, another patriot in Mississippi, has been harassed by helicopters and snapped these shots. In downtown Washington, D.C., Linda Thompson and her family were followed for several blocks by a helicopter that passed over 7 times. The Thompsons were able to tape it on the last 2 passes. As you can see, the chopper came down quite low. This is just one of several instances of the Thompsons being buzzed and harassed by black helicopters since helicopters first buzzed the Thompsons' home for 3 days in March of 1993, after Linda Thompson began exposing the government's involvement in Waco, Texas. They were doing this purely for harassment. We have received numerous reports and pictures of such sightings from people who have been harassed by black helicopters, usually for speaking out against government activity. In the meantime, the media and government disinformation specialists were telling people that the black helicopters don't exist, and people who claimed to have seen them were crazy. We knew they existed. We began to wonder who they are and where they come from. The harassment the Thompsons have experienced didn't stop with just helicopters. In the parking lot outside American Justice Federation, this target was drawn on Linda Thompson's car. This is one of the cars that followed a staff member at AJF. The office has been broken into, brake lines have been cut on cars of staff members, the office has been buzzed by helicopters, the Thompsons have been shot at several times, their dog was killed, and all of the staff at AJF have been followed repeatedly. One day, Al Thompson was followed by this car, and despite yelling and honking at the driver, he couldn't get the fellow to turn and look at him. Of course, it was a government agent. We've taken pictures of government agents following staff members in airports, cars, and so forth. Our phones have been tapped and our mail tampered with. Shown here is one of the times we had a sweep done for bugs in our office. We knew we must be onto something for someone to be harassing us this much, so we decided we had to find out who these guys are. Who flies the black helicopters and what have they got to hide? We found several black helicopters parked near our offices at the Indiana National Guard Armory in Shelbyville, Indiana. Sometimes there would be black helicopters there, and sometimes not. We called the Indiana National Guard to ask about the black helicopters, but all they would tell us is that they were a unit from Kentucky. We found that when the black helicopters were there, they would park them in the back and disguise them among some dark green ones. It's very difficult to tell the black ones from the dark green ones, especially in the air. You can see the differences here. Here's a green one shown in the background with a black one in the front. Now here's a small black one in the front and a dark green one in the back. We clearly were having no problem finding these helicopters in the air and on the ground. Newspaper clippings we were receiving indicated that black helicopter sightings were widespread. In August of 1993, a team of them flying low buzzed downtown Atlanta, but they weren't identified. People in Atlanta were only told it was an anti-terrorist squad practicing for the 1996 Olympics. This black Chinook was on the front page in Santa Rosa, California in November 1993. These pictures are typical of the types of pictures we receive from people all over the country, many of whom found black helicopters in remote locations, usually in large metal warehouse buildings, like this one. We have found that these are generally CIA operations, and you can usually find a railroad and metal fabricating plant nearby these sites. Mike and Carol Benn of Dallas, Texas, have gathered 17 million signatures to impeach Bill Clinton. They've been visited by the Secret Service, who told them, "You have an awfully nice home to be doing what you're doing."
Just shortly before complete daylight on the morning of January 11, 1994, I was jerked out of bed, completely brought awake by a tremendous noise coming down over our home of the military helicopters. And I pulled down the shades and looked out the window, and all I saw was this heavy blanket of fog rolling over the neighborhood, and I couldn't really see it, but I could hear it. And then I heard it move away from over top of our house, across the street, and down. And then I heard it go away. So I, being dazed from being sound asleep that early in the morning and being jerked out of bed, awake by that noise, I thought, well, maybe the fog has echoed the noise somehow and it's thousands of feet in the air or something, I don't know. So I just went back to bed, looked at the clock when I laid back down, and it was like 6:45. And 15 minutes later, I was jerked back out of bed by the noise of fire engines coming down the street. And I thought, well, at this point, I got to put my pants on, go outside and see what in the world is going on here, because there's something drastically wrong. By the time I got outside, it was completely daylight. About 89% of the fog had lifted. They were running hoses over the house and into the house, and the people were running out. The child that was in the house was running out. Found out later that the mother had already left and was coming back to pick up this child a little bit later. So no one was hurt in the fire, but their home was just completely gutted out, and the flames coming out the roof and everything. And I never associated this with the helicopter at that particular moment. We were out in the street, and a bunch of the neighbors were out in the street, standing by the fire trucks, and just having the typical conversations you have in a situation like this. Well, what happened? What's going on? And I asked one of the neighbors, "Did you hear military helicopters down over our houses this morning, right before daylight?" And one of the women said, "Yes, I sure did, and it sure scared me." And I thought, well, gee, that's incredible. So it's not something I was just imagining. The day went on, and within an hour, I wasn't really watching this as a problem with the federal government at this time. So we went on with our daily activity of packing mail here and handling the phone calls and talking to radio stations and on and on and on. We noticed that 6 or 8 white plain cars, like medium-sized Chevrolets, drove up in the neighborhood. Men are getting out in suits with cellular phones to their ears. So we went on with the day's activity. At 6:30 that night, I was up at 7-Eleven on Tuesday evening now, on the 11th. One of our other neighbors across the street was there, and while we were in line, I said, "Isn't it terrible what happened this morning with the fire?" And he says, "Yeah," and he says, "When I got home from work at 4:30, he says, I went down there, and the fire marshal didn't know what had caused the fire, but he says, one of the guys, the insurance people, now we're talking about these people in the gray suits with the cellular phones, walked up to him, and the clipboards, and said that the fire started by lightning. And he said, I thought that was kind of funny because there was no rain or lightning this morning. And I says, well, there sure wasn't any rain or lightning this morning. That house couldn't have been hit by lightning. And all of a sudden, a little alarm started going off in my head that we had a real problem here. And obviously, that was meant for us. And so we're totally alarmed by this time. We know that there is a real problem. We know that that military helicopter, from looking at the roof now, because they got the fire out right away and one end of the house. One end of the house, you can tell from the pictures that you've already seen earlier in this tape, the roof was totally burnt off. But at the other end of the house, on the bedroom end of the house, you can see that the round holes were, something obviously entered that house, started on fire. And there's just no question about it. We've seen the beginning of this video.
That was a segment of home video from Mike, so we couldn't do anything with the soundtrack you just heard, but we think you'll find these pictures very convincing.
As you can see with the aerial on the roof, it'd be impossible for this house to be hit by lightning without burning the ground wires to that aerial. I don't know if we can see the ground wires attached to the aerial or not. I'll get in as close as I can. There you go. There's a ground wire running down the side of that pole. And that would definitely be burned in half if the house were hit by enough lightning to start it on fire as bad as this, with holes in the roof and everything. And we can see that that's not so. And of course, the way it's burnt out right here in this area, is the kitchen area of the house, and then back here to the left is the garage area of the home. And right in that area to the right of the garage door there, back into the garage, is the utility room, and that's why they have changed it from the house was hit by lightning, because they forgot to take the aerial down. But they're saying that the fire was started by the hot water heater.
This is the room where the water heater was located. There is no damage whatsoever to any of the walls or the inside studs. There's no scorching of any of the floors or walls. Even the roof has no damage from the water heater. No damage to the roof could have come from this room. Going to the outside rooms, there's very little damage to those rooms as well. The fire in this house could not have started with the water heater. So Mike checked the electrical system to see if the fire could have been started by an electrical fire, or a lightning strike as the inspector originally claimed. If this had been an electrical or lightning fire, we would expect to see damage to the electrical boxes. Yet there is none. In fact, there is no damage to any of the interior walls as there would have been with an electrical fire. As you saw earlier, the antenna and wiring on the roof were intact too. In fact, the only fire damage, as you can see on these rafters, is from the outside on the roof down. Any place there is burning, it's from the top down. This was probably the most convincing part of Mike's video. These shots of the rafters show that all of the burning had to have originated from the roof. There is no damage coming from the inside. It is all from the roof down. If you look at these holes on the roof, these are holes made by the firemen with their axes. Yet over to the right, there are very clearly missile holes burned from the outside in. We've had military people identify these holes as the type made by sabot rounds fired from helicopters. The burning very plainly goes in. This was very plainly not an electrical fire, a lightning strike, or a fire from a water heater. This was a hit from black helicopters.
It's just incredible, and it is frightening. And I'll tell you, the only thing that has saved us here is that Carol and I have realized from the beginning that what we were starting was standing up against the federal government. And we've all heard nightmares about people in the past who've tried to stand up against the federal government and failed, and somehow the federal government ruins their life. And so we realized right away that, this is something that we had to feel good about.
The date indicator on Mike's video is wrong. That attack occurred in January of 1994 and was a powerful motivator to find out who these guys are. We found them at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. This is concertina wire surrounding the perimeter outside their headquarters, marked by a sign that has the Army Special Operations Group symbol on the left and the 101st Airborne Eagle on the right. This is their headquarters. It is the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, often called Task Force 160, or the Night Stalkers. Their chain of command goes up to the Army Special Operations Group commander. They have 600 various types of helicopters at Fort Campbell and keep 300 of them outside at a time. More of their helicopters are located throughout the country. This group is often referred to as Delta Force, but the truth is there is no one Delta Force. Task forces are formed from members of special forces such as the 10th Mountain Division or the 75th Rangers out of Fort Benning, Georgia, or from members of law enforcement, such as the ATF, DEA, FBI, IRS, CIA, or other government agencies and even private corporations. The members of the task forces often receive fake orders, so their own units do not know they are participating in a Task Force 160 mission. Task Force 160 members are special operations group leaders in these task forces, and the helicopters are flown by pilots from the 160th. The 160th practices urban combat or domestic support operations that consist of dropping members of these task forces into cities. As the parachutists are dropped into the city, the helicopters provide a diversion by firing down on...
Oh, so you see, uh, those people petitioned against Billary. I think it was, can't remember the number. It was 117,000 petitions or something. And then they mysteriously had a fire that was on their roof. Because they were speaking against the communists. Because democracy is communism. Socialism is communism. This has never been a democracy. Because the founding fathers knew that everybody was fools. It took 2% of Americans in the American Revolution to defeat the British. And that, damn it, fucking chords. The founding fathers knew that the masses were stupid. They put the 17th Amendment in to destroy what the contract and the system that the founding fathers had created. That the Senate picking the Senate clause was to keep the British out. And that the 17th Amendment took away the Senate picking the Senate clause because the internationalists wanted to control the government. There's many starts to what people speculate was the beginning of the end of our beloved constitutional republic. I've heard all the arguments. The best one is Howard Freeman. You can find his video, Sheep and Wolf's Country, Admiralty Law. There's a few other ones. There's a third one that's 30 minutes long from the 80s. If you type in 80s, you'll find it. He's a friend of Ralph Epperson's. And that he talks about how the legislative branch created another legislative branch, another executive, and another judicial branch to copy the ones that were already in existence. And that over time, many things got copied. And that the line between corporation and government seemed to blur. The New World Order had begun. The internationalists had taken root. The final nail in the coffin was the UN Charter and the 44 states of emergency, which has never been lifted. That it seems very inconceivable that they would ever lie to us. The best way to cover up a lie is to spread the lie more and more. Spread it in different forms so that people don't understand what the original story was. They've done this for many different things. The United Nations, Article 43, they secured a footing in international law using our Constitution against us, creating a treaty which was protected by the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution, which was supposed to protect us. That in no right mind would any of the founding fathers agree to the United Nations treaty because it violated the War Powers Clause of the Constitution, and that was encroachment upon the constitutional boundaries. Encroachment upon our rights, encroachment upon everything. The entire system that the founding fathers had set up, which was to keep us from being victims of internationalists. In this present day, we are owned by internationalists. The internationalists that run the world with their Bilderberger meetings and their other various headstones of bullshit that fucking carry us on into their new age that they've been engineering for the last 300, 500, who knows how many years. The great dream of the raising of Atlantis. Plato's Utopia, Plato's Republic. Wasn't Plato the only one that was the witness to Atlantis? Plato? Are we to trust someone that worked for Rome? Pretty sure it was Plato. And ironically enough, Plato was only in the first 2 degrees. So he was not aware of the true doctrine. It's the story of the myth of Atlantis. If it wasn't South America, North America, then it probably didn't exist. The fuck's my later at? Let me just fact check that, make sure it was Plato. Yeah, it was Plato. In the Timaeus and Critias, 360 BC. The Pillars of Hercules. No doubt was a place, but also a symbol. I mean, it's hard to say. Everything that the secret societies say is almost always written in surrealism, always spoken in surrealism. The sheeple never obtaining the gnosis of the true meaning. The sea that flooded the world was the minds of the sheep. You know, it's the whole story that is unraveled before our eyes the last 6 years definitely seems, you know, I would always speculate what Cooper would say in that. See, when there's UN people protesting stuff going on with Iran, they're doing it because it's messing with their money. Yeah, also there's a lot of that was a month ago. We're looking for there's a recent one it's gonna be like this week. No, okay. So my point though is that when the UN gets upset when something's going on, you can tell that it's going against the grain of the New World Order's plans. I mean, realistically, the only way that America could get out of the debt crisis, if there really isn't any gold or silver to create enough money to stabilize the economy and then get out of the IMF bullshit, would be to create some sort of currency such as Bitcoin and use that as the backbone to usher us out of the internationalist control. But then Bitcoin itself is not backed with intrinsic value. Uh, that's how the founding fathers did it. They had to create notes to use as currency when the country first started to get off from the British internationalist system. That their goal was to eventually have only silver and gold currency, which they did eventually. But then over time, the internationalists created more and more situations, starting the Civil War, World War One, World War Two. I mean, there's way more than that, but situations in which America was forced to borrow money. It's interesting because there's a Bible verse about that. And it's funny because I'm not even religious, but I know. The borrower is the slave to the lender. I mean, that's brilliant logic. Pretty sure it was Psalms. No, that's not it. No, it doesn't matter which verse. Well, it says Proverbs 22:7, but I could have sworn it was Psalms. Either way, so when these communists are saying we want communism, they're not thinking using their brains. They're not going to realize that it's going to be all this stuff under stipulations. Oh, you can do this if you can have this if you do this type of thing. Ah, damn it! I had a rap about something about Gorbachev, piece of shit with Khrushchev, and that piece of shit Sobolov. I don't remember the rhyme I was making up. Yeah, the the situation is huge about this alien thing because that's what it all tips on. It all tips on that. Is it real or is it fake? Is it real or is it fake? Occam's razor would say it's fake. Or then again, would Occam's razor say it's real? If somebody sees a spaceship that can go in and out of Earth's atmosphere, is it from another planet? We don't know. Are these top clearance dudes that are claiming the moon is a base? Is it real? We don't know. We should definitely expect that it's all lies. But then we also have to take into account the possibility of reverse psychology. It's much like the situation in that stupid movie with that dude who says indubitably, and then he pours the drinks. And he's got the dude there, and some kind of corny movie. I think it's a Mel Brooks movie. It's pretty. It's decent. I mean, at Andre the Giant, but the dude's like, oh, one of the drinks is bad and blah blah blah, and maybe I switched them and maybe I didn't. Princess Bride, that's it. Thank you, Gerald. Princess Bride, and he's like, oh, well, if I drink it, if this happens, I don't know. Oh, and then the one dude, I mean, the end of the scene isn't really relevant, but the idea of this Faustian bargain. We'll give you your communist utopia, but you must think everything that we want you to think. What kind of utopia is that? These communists are all idiots. They want the government to have more power. They think that communism is going to somehow save the world. The the problem is that everything's been over complexified. The only way to solve it is to simplify it. Things must be simplified because right now all of it's over complexified simply to for usury. That there's people that are sitting at the tops of these giant money routes that they're just laying in the money cut, getting paid. That these rich people are all so rich that they don't even know what to do with their money. All these, and it's like there's people out there buying like $10,000 meals and shit. That is really, I mean, you could drive to a cow farm and be like, "Yo, I'll buy a cow that was just butchered," and you probably have a better steak than or whatever. It's the world has come to a strange place where it's like there's just so many variables being made with, and that there's so many things to calculate that the nonstop banter of 5-10 second videos of people making weird faces and breaking cars or fixing them or making food or just all this type of bullshit. They're doing it on purpose because there's science behind when someone clicks on a screen and scrolls up and down over and over. There's a science behind seeing someone do something abnormally a million times and normalizing it. They're doing all this to brainwash everybody, to make money, to, I mean, half of it's brainwashing to buy products, the other half of it's brainwashing to convince you to be pro-communist, to be pro-socialist, and that terms have been made up for modern times, which are directly opposing to themselves. Woke right, that this is some kind of made up term that is, it's never really been a right. There's never really been a right wing. There's never really been a Republican Party. I mean, it may have started on good terms, but the over time it turned into socialism. And then all the Republicans hate Trump because he's not a socialist. And that and I'm not saying he's brilliant or anything, but like, there's reasons behind why they're trying to play the cards that they're playing. I used to have a friend. He was always so annoying because we'd play poker, and then he would never have a real hand of cards, and he would bluff every fucking time. And you would take all the money and be like, and I'd be like, let me see your cards, motherfucker. I want to see what you got. You got a pair of aces or something? You got two pairs? You got a royal flush or something? What the fuck's going on? He'd have a bunch of fucking like nothing. and the bluff is well, psychologically it's very powerful. The bluff, the huge bluff. It becomes a variable which cannot be calculated because the people who are bluffing are, you know, crazy. Crazy. There's a lot of games going on, people's minds. You know, it's like that Confucius thing or whatever. When you come to two paths and both or to bad places, you instead of going down either of those paths, you sit and wait. You sit and wait. And then you don't go down those two bad paths. You create a third choice. Do nothing. See, it's like when you're playing chess and that they've got you in checkmate, but you can just move once, and then they don't have you in checkmate, and then they move, and they have you in checkmate again, and then you move, but they don't have you in checkmate. So it's like the end of a chess game where it can become that type of scenario where the checkmate can happen, but it can also be an infinite stopping point. Metaphorical checkmates about psychology of the mind. You know, because it's like when I was reading about those socialists, communists, those Russians, they were saying that they had 100-year mental war against the United States, against us, against our minds, and they wanted us to believe with everything that socialism was inevitable. Even Mr. Orwell writes a chapter of his book, 1984, called that same thing. Yeah, Maynard Keynes. The socialists, you notice their symbol, the wolf, the sheep's clothing, but nobody ever talks about what's behind it. A red flag, a red shield, red. That many different groups throughout time, the privateers of the crown, which were part of Weishaupt-Illuminism, bore the red flag. France, the red flag. Russia, the red flag. China, etc. Germany. The Fabian socialists just happen to have a red flag. You look at the heraldry of I'm pretty sure it was the heraldry of the fuck's his name, Ignatius Loyola. You'll see on one of the four corners of the heraldry, one is a red flag. Pretty sure it had a wolf on it too, which goes along with the Fabian socialist heraldry. You know, the heraldry always means something, but a lot of the times you don't know what it comes from exactly. My Scottish side is heraldry is a boar. The the heraldry of the fleur de lis. flowers of the lily. Going back to the ancient Greco-Roman mysteries, to the goddess giving Hercules and his brother Hermes the 3 times 3 knowledge. Understanding of numbers breaking down to increments of 9. I'd have to take me a minute to bust out the quote. I think I can bust it out real quick. Because it's Door to the Mysteries. Pretty sure it was under Lily. Yeah, here it is. The origin of the fleur de lis. Where'd it go? Okay, for some reason it's not loading. Okay, there it goes. The lodge heads. Here's the picture. Minerva investing the 2 Hermes, Mercury, and Hercules with the symbol of 3 times 3 from a Greek vase 3,000 years old. So it predates Plato by 700 and some years, 680 years. Given as our point of departure the analogy between lodge and universe as the theater of a drama of human development, it is not difficult to take the next logical step and show the various characters of the Masonic legend to be personifications of celestial influences. Wait, god damn it, this is isn't the right quote. God damn it. I thought it was. The oldest, I'll also read it. The oldest archaeological remains, both Babylonians and Egyptians, show that the chief actors of their mysteries were personifications of the 7 planets visible to the naked eye, which are symbolized by the menorah or 7-branch candlestick, 12 animals, figures that represent corresponding months of the year. It has been said that the ancients never inquired what caused rain and thunder, but that their questions were who rains and who thunders. And when they answered, they were answered Jove. Their curiosity was quite satisfied. Jove is just another name for Jupiter. It was under 9. Damn it. Number. No. The fuck was that under? I could have sworn it was under 9. Is this it? That's definitely not it. Integer. Was it under? No. What the fuck was it? Okay, I guess I can't find it. It was a verbal example of maybe I could have left the folder open. It was a verbal example of how the numbers break down into 9 exactly. I brought it up before. Todd remembers it. It was a really, really good quote. Fuck. Yeah, I don't think I could have sworn I labeled it under Lily. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Nope. Okay. Lily, Isis, Tread. No, that's not it. I mean, this is relevant though to the. Well, I guess I don't have to put on the screen, but so the Illuminati had infiltrated the lodge of Freemasonry, infiltrated the lodge. Cagliostro was a member. The quote says Cagliostro was an agent of the Templars. Remember, he was Illuminati, and therefore wrote to the Freemasons of London that the time had come to begin the work of rebuilding the Temple of the Eternal. So remember that Cagliostro, who had a cult in Europe where he would put gold all over his body and then get women to be naked, and his sex cult, he was rebuilding a Temple of the Eternal. You know damn well he ain't talking about no fucking no known religion. He's talking about the Illuminati's temple, the Temple of Enlightenment, the Cave of Illumination. Cagliostro had introduced into Masonry the new rite called Egyptian, and endeavored to resuscitate the mysteries of the worship of Isis. The three letters LPD on his seal were for him the initials of the words Lilia Pedibus Destru, which is Latin for tread underfoot the lilies. The Masonic medal of the 16th, 17th century has upon it a sword cutting off the stalk of a lily, and the words given Talum dabit altio messum, which is Latin for such harvest revenge will give. So when the harvest of Russia with the hammer and the sickle occurred, was that revenge of the Illuminati against the lilies of France? Was the Holocaust of Germany the revenge of the Illuminati against the families with the fleur de lis? Excuse me. Was the what year was it? If the crown was connected to Islam, the Pope is connected to Islam, and the Islams took France. But then France and Spain was taken back in 17. Well, no, they took Spain, not France. Excuse me. Spain was taken back in 1792, coincidentally. The same year that Christopher Columbus was given the maps by his father-in-law, who was Grand Master, who had a plan for the new world. The trade route to India was always a ruse. Look at the what is it, Newport? The Newport Templar building on the East Coast. I think it's in Newport. It's an 8-sided structure which predates the settlements of America by modern, well, it predates the 1500s settlements of America. Most likely it was built in 1308, I would assume, because whence the fleets of Templars were forced out of Europe into Portugal and Scotland. That I believe they started camp at Nova Scotia, moved downward the coast. And that because there was many pirates that sailed the seas. The ones under the crown bore a red flag with skull and crossbones. The old Templars, symbols of the skull and crossbones, were an ancient mystery about biblical stuff. Some kind of grave of I don't remember which grave it was. I read it on here before. I think it was like last week. The skull and crossbones. skull and crossbones. The symbol bearing the same symbol as the keystone of Freemasonry, 23.5 degrees, showing the inclination of the tilt of the earth, but also the symbol of the gaining of the mind, the losing of the animal, destroying the animal within. It's the secret of the Illuminati religion, destroying the animal within. To the Illuminists, there is no devil or God, or there's only science. The Illuminists were scientists, atheists to the purest, but their atheism and science masked in illusion and surrealism to make the profane believe that they knew what was going on. A lot of people say Golgotha, but it's this one book I was reading was saying about this grave of one of the saints or whatever, or some kind of grave of one of the. Pretty sure it was a saint. They opened the tomb and they found the leg bones near his head, the femurs, and that they took up that as their symbol, and that the horse was adopted as the logo for astronomy reasons. The horse in Gemini. The occultists always practice astrology. Not really astrology, but that their magic could only be done when Saturn was in the house of Capricorn. Or wait, was it Capricorn? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Capricorn. The supposed devil with the hood feet, just a symbol of Capricorn, a symbol of Aries, a symbol of the stars understood in a profane manner. That's what true devil worship is someone not knowing what they are worshiping and following it. There is no real devil that they're worshiping. It's all an illusion. It's all surrealism to make them follow the program. That the channeling and transmutation of belief is a powerful tool to these international illuminists, mesmerists, hypnosis, fucking sons of bitches. I'm roll another joint. That one episode I played the other night with Cooper, talking about Jean-Jacques Rousseau, I think his name was. It's very relevant because it's talking about a European Union in 1742, far beyond any European Union that was ever discussed later, far predating. That he was an Illuminist. His goals, Illuminism, European Union, a world state, which would do whatever it wants and force the other nations to be its police force. World state. It's no coincidence that these Illuminists used these terms long before anyone ever heard of them, such as Albert Pike using the word Nazi over 50 years, I believe it was. 50 years before the term Nazi was ever used. And so if you don't understand Pike's Masonry, then you're not going to understand what the Nazis did, who they were. Because Pike's Masonry was not Freemasonry of what was known of back then. These Illuminists, such as Jacob Boehm or what the fuck's that other dude's name? Jacob Boehm. Damn it, I had a few. I can't remember what the fuck I was thinking. The fuck is that dude's name? Jacob Boehm. Well, the whole slew of them. There's a whole, even up to more modern times with that fucking Baron von Reichenbach and that the fuck was that other dude's name? Damn it, I'm horrible with names. I'd be the worst secret agent ever. Yeah, I got everything, but I forgot his name. But yeah, so the doctrines of these Illuminists runs far before Weishaupt, not just through Jesuitism. Jesuitism being a huge part, though, but no one knows if it was for or against it. It's claimed that it was against it, but Cooper says it was for it, and the Illuminati was always running through Jesuitism. And that the Alumbrados pirates were more than just pirates, they were Illuminists, creating Illuminist churches throughout Europe, establishing Illuminism deeply rooted in many different religions. People of those religions not able to contemplate how to try to determinately unbrainwash everybody would be a chore beyond anyone. The time is very no one knows how much time there is when someone's time is up. Time is everything. That we can't run out of time. We must make time. Because right now in the mental evolutionary scale, the people that lived before the internet have an advantage. People that were all raised up in it. That the generations that are all getting older, nobody's staying young. The prevailing overwhelming brainwashing continues to surge through the minds of the sheeple. So many statements that Cooper made about what he thought would happen, and every one of them came completely true. That everybody thinks that I put Cooper on a pedestal, and so there's tons of stuff that I disagree with him on. Tons of stuff, because he says so much, but then he doesn't see what he says, and then, well, I mean, the soul. Hey, why does my camera always gotta freeze? This whole uncovering of finding a conspiracy within the conspiracy of the conspirators claiming that there's a dark side of the Illuminism and claiming that there's black magic going on. Many writers, crazy and not crazy, such as Henry Clymer and his allegations of Crowley, which I believe are accurate. Crowley making some sort of European controlled Rosicrucian order as opposed to the American controlled one that was far predating the European one. Many groups in Europe being copied and replicated, their secret doctrines being altered and used with a different gnosis. See, some of the people that aren't versed in the occult, they think there's only one gnosis. That's not true. There's many gnosises. The modern gnosis is all bullshit. It's something that's been confabulated by these Illuminists. The modern gnosis of man being God is not what the fucking ancient people believed. The sales pitchers and salesmen that conjured up the story the way it is, they've done it all for financial interests mostly, but also partially psychological interests. Humans act a certain way when their mind is in a certain state of mind. If a person thinks that they're God, then obviously they're not going to have any. If they think everything's God, then they're just crazy. I mean, it's a doorway to madness. And the Illuminists have created many doorways to madness with their cults and their Illuminism ideologies, which blind people from. Why does my chair keep fucking moving back? Ideologies designed to blind, designed to consume the minds of the sheeple, designed to make them think a certain way. All the claims of enlightenment and all this, it's very strange. You know, obviously Blavatsky was a double agent, that she was kicked out of Theosophy at the end. But by the time she was kicked out, she already altered Theosophy enough to make it work with the Illuminism. Damn it, there's a couple names I can't think of these writers. But the Ariosophy, these notions of hypnosis, it only became public through the Illuminati, through Mesmer, through these people in the 1700s, demonstrating the hypnosis at dinner parties, demonstrating the power of hypnosis, the power of what they thought was the mind or the spirit. You can see the writing of these Illuminists in modern movies, such as Donnie Darko, when a translucent worm portal thing goes into his chest in the movie. Uh, that's how they described the animal magnetism and mesmerism, the odic force, the prana, the chi. The list goes on and on. I don't write down. I don't have time to write books. I can't sit down and write. My brain goes a million miles a minute. Fucking the damn, I could have sworn that I had that quote somewhere, but I still can't find it. The luminous, their mesmerism, this tool that they had discovered, well, regardless of where they discovered it from, whether it be Franz Kölner, whether it be from Egypt and Cairo, whether it be from the Far East, it doesn't matter where it came from. What matters is what is it. The goal that we should all be moving towards is figuring out how people are hypnotized precisely so that we can figure out how to unhypnotize everybody. And then I'm not saying that they're like it's some kind of movie or something. It's just everybody's so stupid. It's not that they're hypnotized in anything except being idiots, except they're hypnotized into losing their own common sense, and that they cling to these fabricated stories and these illusions, which you know. I speculate that's why a lot of people go crazy and stuff, is because they're believing all sorts of things that are not verifiable, that cannot be substantiated, that they could not prove in any court of law. And when something can be proven, then it becomes a religion. When it's mixed, damn, there's a fucking bug in here. I'm just gonna burn it. Some kind of gnat or something. I think I let it in from I smoked a cigarette. You know, where did my mouse go? There's a lot of stuff going on. Damn it, that's not even on the screen. I'm not gonna even. Whoa. A lot of stuff going on in the world. See, people think that masonry isn't old, but I'm telling you right now that it is old. It's as old as time. Where the fuck is that? There it is. As old as time. This is a more modern per se. This is from 30 BC to 14 AD, roughly. Pompeii. I mean, technically, if it was Pompeii, what year did Pompeii erupt? Let me see here. 79 AD. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it was built obviously before it erupted. So this is something that's familiar in any Masonic lodge. You'll see the square, which is, well, the what the fuck is that called? I'm too stoned. You see the tools of Masonic God, the plumb line, memento mori. I can't tell what it says on his skull. Then I forget what the book said that those two symbols were on the sides. Oh, I got the yawn factory going on. Let's see. Yeah, so masonry being old. Where's well, I don't think I'm trying to. Well, so here's this is Greek. Damn it. This is Daniel in the Lion's Den. I mentioned this a million times. He's doing the Masonic healing sign of distress. To who? To lions. Because they're his fellow brethren. And he's standing in an 8-sided square. Just like a temple of any Templar. Memorial, bless a Honi, something, some memory of something perfected. Damn it, I forgot to get something to drink. See, here's the, there's many pictures like this. 2 lions holding up their paws. It's Masonic. It's all Masonic. It's all Masonic. Damn it, I need to get something to drink. The Tau, the Pentacle, found in the 7-sided room. You see, this is 7 sides. 5, 6, 7. Tau in the center. This is the above view of the supposed tomb of John the Baptist, who supposedly became, well, according to the Rosicrucians, was John the Baptist was supposedly Lazarus, and supposedly became the Count of Saint Germain. You know, because some of them say that John the Baptist never died, ironically enough. But, you know, it's interesting because there's a whole campaign against the crown in the 1600s about them practicing black magic. When the painting was, one of these John Dee paintings was x-rayed, you could see the circle of skulls painted out. Circle of skulls used for black magic. Also some kind of thing. What is that, like some kind of container? I don't know what that is. You can see a number of things. It looks like they were painted out. So I don't recall those being there. I mean, the skulls definitely weren't there. Yeah, this ancient. This is the Modena Cathedral North Portal. You see the symbol, the Maltese cross. Also a Celtic knot. This one's an interesting one because this isn't zodiac stuff. This one's different. 2 birds. I'm not sure what's going on there. Well, maybe it's no. I think it is. Well, this looks like a zodiac. Well, what is it? A horse on a water horse? That's the Sagittarius, isn't it? Sagittarius. What is this? A wolf eating a chicken. Dog eating chicken. I don't know what is that? Canis Major. This isn't the typical one though, because it's got knights. And they look like Norse knights. The shield shape looks Norse. What does it say? Is Durnus Arta Brittany? Well, I guess I'm not gonna dwell on this whole ancient masonry subject. I mean, if you want, well, here's what is this? This is Petra. There's many coins with this on it. But there you see the lion with his paw. Ancient Masonic temple. Petra, where the Nabateans came from. Ironically, they drew pictures of ghosts that were very similar to what's it going what does it say? Is that Isaac? Yeah, these are images of some kind of ghost that they claim they've seen. Very peculiar, because it looks very similar to the Inazazi tribe. Certain tribes. Makes you wonder if more than Mayans went there. Oh, I can send you an invite if you want. Probably smoke one more joint. I gotta go after this. Oh, I guess I got some water right here. I didn't see that. Excuse me. Super thirsty. Yeah. See, here's a screenshot. Batur. Let's see. Hey, what's going on?
It's good, man.
Greetings.
Yeah, got a little bit of drink left, but I'll probably be out. But
Oh yeah. Yeah, I wish I could drink. I got some hard apple cider in the fridge.
oh, you can't drink.
Nah, I think I don't know.
Cool.
Well, I think
Yeah.
I think I'm diabetic or something.
Yeah, that sugary ass drinks too. I don't drink those really.
Yeah, sugar fucks me up. Can't drink that shit. If I drink sugar,
Alcohol
I'll get
is pretty low.
Yeah, I love
Right?
sugar.
Yeah, but alcohol's broken down sugar. It might have the same effect. I don't know. Maybe try some whiskey.
I mean, if it's like some super light beer, it doesn't seem too bad. The whiskey would be nice. My friend says he can't drink whiskey anymore because he worked at this distillery and all he could smell was that corn mash every time he.
Oh yeah, dude, it's weird. I'll drink like a bottle of brandy, not even maybe a half bottle of brandy of 750 milliliter. The next day, dude, I feel rejuvenated. I feel like weirdly good. I even don't want to drink. I'll be like,
Oh yeah,
satisfied.
some brandy made from grapes.
Yeah, any fruit is a brandy. Any fruit whiskey. It's fruit distilled, yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, I made some peach wine before. It was What was
Ooh.
it? Yeah, I've made all sorts of wines and stuff.
I want to get
Like-
into that. Get it still.
But I didn't. I wasn't making liquor or anything. It's just
No, I know.
made-
That's what I was thinking.
oh yeah, yeah, that would be cool.
I want to like
Fucking,
do terpene infused. Like so, run the vapor through a terpene filter, like a
Hmm.
terpene bubbler. So like it come out with like, oh, this one's sour diesel. This one's white widow.
Oh, the alcohol, terpenes.
Yeah. Yeah, the terpenes of wheat.
Whoa.
Yeah, so like vaporize it through it. It might grab onto it,
You
grab
could be
some of
onto
it.
some. That's
And
a
then,
really good
so-
idea.
I have one more idea that I've always wanted to do, and I just it would I know
You
it
write
could
that
pop
down.
off.
You better make sure you write that shit down. That's a
Yeah,
really
okay,
good
I have
idea.
another one.
Weed,
Yeah, and
weed
then, this
flavored
other one.
alcohol.
Yeah, but dude,
Really?
my other one I did on Sora AI. You could
No, but
make
go on.
videos on Sora of yourself.
Wait, what?
Yeah, but they're closing down this month. But they were really popular.
You make a Wikipedia of yourself.
No, AI videos.
Oh, okay. I think I might have. I tried to make an AI video, but it wasn't very successful.
Yeah, I did really good. They're closing down this month, and now only paid people for the last like 20 days. They're shutting down, but I made one that was a terpene infused seltzer. Hella cool.
Hmm.
So I made an advertisement for a terpene infused water, but it'd be alcoholic.
Oh, that's a good idea too.
Yeah.
Jesus, you need to find. You know any rich people that like alcohol?
Yeah. kind
Or
of.
shit. Maybe you should just. Oh, I got an idea. You should you should propose your idea to someone, but make sure to try to get somebody to back it up or something, or maybe even just make it yourself. Make
Yeah,
some booze,
exactly.
alcohol, or terps in it. Then
And
fucking
terps are expensive, right? Like little jars are like thousands, but the thing is, it's so strong. You could dilute it like 1 to 100 or 1 to 1,000 or something or more.
yeah,
It's
I'm
that
sure.
strong. Like my friend said, he had some. He ordered like a bunch of jars, and one spilled in the house, and he said he was screwed for a long ass time.
Well, for
is
the
all-
audience sake, he's talking about terps, like terpenes, as in like what is it, like pineasol is one. Like there's
Oh, yeah.
pine terpene, there's orange, there's
Lemon, sour, cheese.
yeah, different flavor nodes that like
Yeah, yeah.
chefs and stuff are into that science.
Yeah, it has
Like-
to do with oils and myrcene, he's saying, and
Yeah,
limonene, yeah.
limonene and I can't pronounce
They
it.
say one of them's more cancerous than most. I think it's the green one or something.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I can't remember which one, but one of them is apparently. I read this like 6 years ago, but
Huh. Oh yeah. Yeah. Damn it, that reminds me. I need to take
30 plus. He's saying terpenes. Damn.
I don't know,
That's-
maybe well, I mean there's like a potato terpene that doesn't taste like anything. There's quite a few that aren't like
True.
notables.
There's terpenes inside of lemon. Also, yeah.
Yeah, the pine terpene is nice.
Yeah.
I like that one. We should make some cologne with that shit.
Yeah, that used to be my favorite. So I would get this outdoor from my homie, and it'd be like big old nugs, like Christmas tree level nugs, like 6, 7, 8 inches of a whole ounce. And there would be sticky,
Oh, yeah.
fresh outdoor. But it's hard to find that nowadays.
Yeah. I'm over here smoking roaches.
I got a bag of shake. Kind of similar. Those might be more potent, honestly.
I got a hole in my lip. Fucking just drooled all over.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that's funny. For the last 2 nights, dude, I must have been sleeping good because I woke up drooling. I never do, ever. I must have been on a good one.
Oh yeah.
I did have whiskey. That might have been why.
Yeah, I hit my girlfriend's weed pen and definitely got super stoned. I mean, I
Oh,
should
yeah.
probably just smoke weed pens, but I don't like the idea of the metal.
Yeah, heating up metal, and it's not like the most pure metal. There might be some sort of leach coming off. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like
So
smoking weed.
I have this weird like experiences where like say I had never really smoked dab pens ever, right? And I got
Yeah.
one, and it was harder to breathe, and I felt like kind of like claustrophobic, like I was trapped in there.
Yeah, it's almost like you want to find weed that's like premature because it's like the buzz and the flavor's better. Because
Yeah, I don't
like
know how it works.
when the weed, because all the farmers and stuff, they always overflower everything, especially like the leaves and shit that they're using to make hash with to put in those pens is like it's got more the THC oxidizes and turns into CBN or CB.
Yeah, it's CBN.
Yeah, and then that makes it so you get all this anxiety and it's like ugh.
Yeah, but also I heard CBN's more sedative too.
Yeah, it's like well, let's say some of those weed cookies are like you fucking CBN. That's it. Yep.
Yeah, because if you over carbolize THC, it turns into CBN too.
Yeah.
If you overcook it.
Yeah, so the weed cookies they're always making them, and it makes you like go into like a sleeping panic attack.
Yeah, that's why when people say, "Oh, I cook my weed butter for like 2 hours," I'm like, dude, I get it to the temperature it needs to be, and I make sure that butter turns green, and I'm not overcooking it. Same with my hash rosin. I'll make hash rosin, and then put it into a jar of avocado oil, and just put it on top of a radiator, and like burp the jar, but keep it hot. And I'll make that. I was high for like 3 to 4 days after making rosin edibles with avocado oil. Avocado is an emulsifier, in which an emulsifier is it breaks down fat and allows your bloodstream to get it faster. Yeah, so emulsifiers are made for making candy with edibles. What?
Maybe I should start eating avocado.
Yeah, it's an emulsifier, and it has a higher temperature cooking point. It won't break down until like 710 degrees or 740 or something.
Yeah, I did notice when I would deep fry stuff in avocado oil that it deep fried different.
Yeah, that's way safer because if you fry in like lower level temperature oils, they turn rancid and it breaks down the chemical compound inside.
Wow.
Yeah.
That makes You should apply for that. What is that job that Kennedy dude had?
Which one? I'm the cook.
It'd be cool if all the food places. See, this is my money making idea. This idea would make so much money, and it's so simple. All we got to do is make a fast food chain where everything is organic and non-GMO. We will be millionaires. I had the
exact same idea, bro. The exact fucking same idea.
Because everybody would go there. They're like, "Oh, yeah. I gotta get the non-GMO."
Even if it's an extra like 20%, 30% more.
Yeah,
dude.
I mean, people, even if it didn't taste better, people would think.
I'm sure many people have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would 100% agree.
Huh? Maybe I should talk to my Sikh friend. He's what is that word? He's a philanthropist.
Okay.
But like, he's all going to China and shit, trying to make fucking some kind of factory or something. He's got all sorts of weird.
Oh, dude.
Enterprise.
So then, we have 3 ideas for him now. The terpene with moonshine, terpene seltzer, and fucking vegan.
Wow. Those 2 alcohol ideas
are vegan, organic. Yeah, not vegan. Organic.
But since we both thought of the organic fast food thing.
Yeah, I thought of that like 6 years ago because I was vegan. And I was like, what the fuck? I can't get fast food. and I want some like good fast food, but I can't find it anywhere because I was vegan.
Yeah.
But I've never felt healthier in my life when I was vegan. It's
Oh.
weird, and I only ate organic for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
I was dreaming, like felt more connected and everything.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
gonna-
never. I don't think I've ever tried veganism. Excuse me.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Well, I'm always worried that we're all so full of parasites that if we don't eat a bunch of fat, that fucking we're gonna get eaten up by the worms.
Oh yeah, dude, I was
I don't know.
I was 135 pounds vegan for a year and a half. That was my end weight. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I started
Well, it
at
doesn't
like
really matter how much you weigh.
I started at 175 though. So meat hella keeps you bulked up.
Huh. Yeah, I eat a lot of chicken. I mean, it's better than beef. I can't eat beef. I used to eat beef every day, but I can't. I used to drink a gallon of chocolate milk and eat a bunch of smoked beef jerky every day. But then I found out that the place that I was getting it from, the store, it wasn't actually. It was some kind of like small family-owned business. So I thought it was, like legit. But I kept wondering why, if I left the jerky out, I would go bad. And then I found out that they're really not smoking it; they were just cooking the jerky. It was. I don't know. It was fucked up. I was like, what the fuck? Why would you make smoked meat that's not even smoked properly to be dried and then mislabel it and then they, on top of that, they would freeze it and then they would they would let it thaw out. It's like it's like it tasted so much better when it wasn't frozen. I mean, I don't know. People are just retarded. We don't make this fast food thing happen. Because there's nowhere to eat. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, and then think about the societal effect. If people felt better when they ate, maybe they wouldn't be such fucking assholes or some shit.
yeah,
All this shit we're eating, dude, I know it fucks with our chemical balance. For sure.
yeah. It's
Let's get some form of autism going to McDonald's.
it's like they're doing so much shit. It's like you can't get any good chocolate. Like fucking their old chocolate tastes kind of funny. It's like,
Oh, okay. So when I get my chocolate, I go to like the health stores and go get the bars that are like 70% dark chocolate or 80.
well, there was some controversy where it was like they were. I don't remember which chocolate it was, but they found out that they were using like the bad parts of the cocoa to make extra.
No, not
chocolate.
these. These taste hella good. These are like, I get the organic. I forgot what the brand is. I should remember, but I don't. But I'd say like you have a Sprouts or Whole Foods or California Fresh. I don't know where you're at, but
Ooh. I went to a Whole Foods once and it was $4 for a donut.
yeah,
Like,
dude, these chocolate
damn.
bars are gonna cost you like
Expensive.
$5.49, $4.49. But they're potent ass dark chocolate. So you could get like 1 or 2 squares, mix it into some coffee, and melt it in. It's hella good. It tastes like earth.
Oh yeah, I thought about making my friend. One of my friends, he was an army medic or whatever, and he passed away. But he wanted to make a bakery with me. He wanted me to make edibles. I mean, that's not what but even just a regular bakery, like donuts, bread, like muffins and shit.
Bear claws. Like donut shop, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, bread is amazing. Something about it.
Yeah,
So
I
go
need to
bread.
make some homemade bread. Fucking it's really not that hard to make.
No.
I used to take all
I
the
used to
cooking
make a lot of
classes.
homemade bread.
Oh, yeah.
I would use chickpea powder and like what else did I use?
Chickpea powder.
Yeah, and then I would use
I didn't know that was a thing.
yeah, I'd mix it with Well, what was it? Oh no, I do like a double base of these when I was vegan, and I did no wheat.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
yeah,
that's interesting. You could
yeah,
take like chickpea powder, and then take dried peas and smash them, and then take I wonder if you could get dried garbanzo beans, then cook them and dry them, and then smash those into a flour, and then you could make like take every bean, make like green bean salad bread, but all the flour is made out of the beans.
yeah. Yeah, I can't remember my formula, dude, but no, that was similar. I would get like all these ingredients, put it into the bread. I'd have like the rosemary, you could see all like the different spices and stuff in it. I can't remember what I did.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago when it was like 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, I used to make these cookies that were really good. They had like coconut, butterscotch, white chocolate, dark chocolate, toffee, rum. What else? Vanilla, like eggs and oats and flour.
Wow,
They tasted really good though. Fucking like
that sounds fire. The butterscotch is in the oats. Butterscotch oatmeal cookies are insane.
yeah,
like,
the butterscotch with the toffee was like.
Well, and that would add to it too. I've never had that.
I think I put something else in it too, like marshmallows or something. Something crazy. I'd always make these crazy combinations of all the fucking worst junk food.
No, that's quality. Chocolate, butterscotch, that's quality right there.
I mean, it's definitely good, but
That's what you're saying, yeah. All right, man, I'm on alcohol, dude.
Oh, you taking up?
Yeah, once I'm on alcohol, I don't know. I just don't feel like doing anything. I'll probably sleep and get some more tomorrow. That's seriously what I'm doing. Yeah, gotta wait till the store opens. It's 3:24 here.
Oh yeah.
They start selling at 6 though.
Are you a lot of weed or something, or?
No, man, I have weed.
Oh, you just like to drink?
Yeah, it doesn't. My brain, I don't know. I just turn off like it's not there.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, or like my patience level or my ADD or whatever is just it all of a sudden is back. Yeah, drinking just calms me down and fucking allows me to do something. It's weird.
Yeah, I always get really loud.
For me, it's like my nerves calm down. Maybe I have really bad I have bad nervous anxiety. Like I'm not anxious about a thought. I'm like just feel it. I just feel it. It's hard to explain. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of like psychic empathy going on with like not like generally speaking that people experience it. They don't know what's happening exactly.
Yeah, dude. Okay, so that I do have another thought though. Maybe I won't jump out of here. Maybe I'll smoke a bowl or something. Oh yeah. So I have these weird moments of like clarity. I could see past every like thought about the world and everything, and then I see that we're alive, and then I get this weird feeling that I could see that we exist, like, and it's so clear, and then it goes away after like 20 seconds, and it's so intense. It's like all of a sudden I snapped out of it, and I'm just there, and I could feel that we're existing. I can see it, but I can't. It doesn't sound that like intense in words, but when it happens, it is like clarity. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah,
it happened today.
I think I had a experience like that where it was me and my friend and his girlfriend, and we tripped our brains off from psilocin. One of my friends gave it to us, and I thought I didn't even think it would do anything. I was like, "What? That's like a minuscule amount. Like that's not gonna do anything." You know, it was pure psilocin.
Pure psilocybin, you mean?
No, psilocin. It was like
never heard of it.
Psilocybin derived or something. I don't know what it was. But
Oh, okay. I have heard of it barely
It was like-
once or twice.
yeah, it's like psilocybin hash.
Whoa.
But it was, yeah, my friend gave it to us, and I'm like, oh, I don't think this is gonna work, you know.
Yeah, that's
like
always
the
what
worst
the
trips
famous
ever.
words are.
But at the end of it, it's like we're standing in the driveway, and it's like, for some reason, it's like it was daylight, and it seemed like we were in like, I don't know, it did not seem like we were in Michigan, but like, because it was so sunny, and fucking and then we're all standing there, and for some reason nobody was driving around or anything. Nobody was outside or anything, except for us just standing in the driveway like a bunch of weirdos. But like, and we're just like, whoa! It's like we're all standing here on this big rock floating through outer space, and it's another day, and you know, there's all these things we could do, but we're not. I don't know. It's like at that moment we were alive in real time in the moment, living, and like it's like, and
That's
it's
how I
now
would describe mushrooms, kind of.
it's weird because because it doesn't necessarily take psychedelics, but like
No, it doesn't.
it's like we're stuck
It can
in this. Well, this whole like this rut of like, it's like we can't create newness, we can't create prosperity.
I know.
Because everything's holding us back. It's like,
And we're all stuck in the past. Imagine, not imagine, but you can probably like understand that most people speak in the past and they live in the past. No one's like, oh, let's do this in the future. Let's create this in the future. This is what our future should look like. Or talk about, oh, this is what happens tomorrow. Everyone talks about, oh, earlier on the football or earlier on the news. Or it's like a divide. It's a weird. I've looked at it before on shrooms. I was like, whoa, everyone talks in the past.
Yeah.
I studied it.
That's keen observation.
Huh?
That's a good observation.
Yeah, it tripped me the fuck out, bro. And all of a sudden, I started to like try to like think, how do you even think about not the past almost? Like we're stuck in that too, I think. I'm gonna smoke a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it had me. Cool.
Yeah, freaking
But then my other thought was the people that are thinking about the future are the people controlling it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You're reading my mind over here.
Yes, that's where that thought leads us.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I'm just rolling another joint. Hey, where's the other pack of papers? Okay. Yeah, this whole thing, it's like we're not playing in our own futures. It's like if we don't have our own plans, then we're part of someone else's plans.
Yeah.
Fucking Terrence McKenna said the mushroom told him that once. He said he was blown away by it. Like, what? Like shit. And it's funny too because I don't know. I never believed Terrence McKenna until I took his name Dare. And then I was like, oh fuck. I went into it a total skeptic. I was like, there's no way that this shit is real. I've tripped a million times. There is no way that some kind of mushroom ghost would appear and start talking. And then, like, far beyond my belief, it like actually happened. And I was like, what the? And then since then, I just haven't been able to, I can't get over it. It's like seeing some kind of weird ghost shit, I mean, it was technically I seen the ayahuasca ghost too, but that thing was not as weird as the mushroom ghost thing.
I've seen some trippy ass mushroom entities, dude. Only 3 times.
Well, this was the mushroom itself. It was you couldn't like You couldn't
What?
look at it in the face. I kept trying to look at it in the face, and I couldn't. It was so fucked up. But it kept talking. It was like, because I'm like, I could see it. I could see its body and stuff. It's standing there, but then I try to look at its face, and there's just, I can't see it. It's like too dark or something. It was. I mean,
Huh.
the room was dark, but like, the thing talked really weird. It was like, "Hello, how are you?" like some kind of movie or something. It was like, what the fuck? But I remember being totally not weirded out. Like
Yeah.
for some reason, it put like a spell on me, and like I was not frightened in any way. I was like, "Oh, hello," like, "How are you?" Like, oh, jolly. Yeah, I don't know. Fucking
Yeah.
I think I would have rather seen Terrence McKenna's ghost than that mushroom ghost. Fucking
Yeah. But dude, the first mushrooms I ever took, I actually talked to a bunch of mushrooms in the ground, closed eye vision. Like I met the mushroom that I had taken or something, and it was showing me in the ground and everything.
oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was weird. That was the very first trip I had in Santa Cruz.
That's what the ayahuasca trip was like. 'Cause, like I kept seeing. I was closing my eyes, and all I could see was fucking this lady. She like this green lady holding on to me like a baby or something. Like she's my grandma. And then it was like, and then it was like these weird. Well, then I seen natives. They looked like just regular people. That they were natives, all dressed up in like. They were South American natives, though. I'm pretty sure, because they had like a parrot feather. But and then I seen these things that looked like they had faces that were like lotus lotus seed pods, like multiple eyes on their face, and then and then I kept my eyes closed, and I was seeing, and then I kept seeing this jungle, and then I was like on this trail looking down in this like vision, and I could see a waxy leaf plant with some kind of red berry in the middle, and that was the chacruna plant of South America. And so the plant showed me itself, which is weird. You still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure if my internet froze.
No, sometimes I'll just be like solid, not moving. People ask me. Yeah.
Yeah, that chacruna plant, fucking that, because it was different than. Well, it doesn't matter. It was just weird that like it showed me itself in plant
What
form.
you took ayahuasca or what?
Yeah, I drank ayahuasca like 13 years ago, I think.
Oh, where? How?
Well, one of my friends gave me a big jar of it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
it
you
was,
can order the stuff online from the Shaman website right now. You can get it.
well, I don't know if I don't think I would feel comfortable ordering something something like that, But like,
I don't know. It's like in California, at least, it's totally legal to get shaman. You can order San Pedro. You can order like Amanita muscarias, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
I mean, the ayahuasca was so weird though. It was different. It was like it's like they all take you to the same place, but like this one was like this one was like whoa, excuse me. It all takes you to the spiritual realm, or it brings the spiritual realm to you, but like the ayahuasca, the next day I felt really good. Like I didn't feel drained at all. I felt super awake and like alive and super good. And it was like that. It was so different than every other trip I've ever had. Just from just that, only that aspect. It was like I felt rejuvenated after drinking ayahuasca. Like I mean,
Yeah, I can see
Oh.
that. I have that.
Yeah.
I have that lingering effect from mushrooms. Every morning I wake up after. I usually when I do something, I'm more motivated. I feel like adventurous, feel open. Every morning after, usually.
Yeah. I wish I could eat mushrooms. My stomach always tenses up and then it cramps like hardcore. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me.
Yeah, have you tried maybe the gummies? I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how easy it is for you to get them, but I can get the psilocybin gummies hella easy.
Well, I mean, it happens no matter what I take.
Oh
Except it didn't happen on the ayahuasca. But well, I don't
no, because
remember.
I get
think
very
it's
tight
puke
legs
eater.
on a big dose of mushrooms. I get tightness in my legs, and it's like I have to push on them, or they're gonna like cramp up.
Yeah,
That's the only side effect I've ever had, besides
I've tried-
vertigo. Too.
Oh yeah, like 10 years ago, I tried little doses and stuff, and it still was just hurt me, and I don't know what it was. It's like I don't know. I just hate the whole medical industry. 'Cause it's like if something's wrong with you and you try to tell them, they'll be like, "Oh, you're fine." Like I don't feel fine, motherfucker. Like it feels like I got a fucking burning charcoal in my stomach. you know.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I don't know what that could be because I know like some people just have bad side effects to the flesh of the mushroom, but
I think I have bad ulcers.
maybe.
I've always had ulcers. I
Oh,
used to
shit.
puke up blood and shit. That's
Damn.
always fun. The not
Yeah.
really. Yeah, so that's why I'm always smoking so much weed. Cause if I don't smoke weed, it's like my stomach just eats itself alive or something, and I'll be like puking and shit and fucking. It's always been like that. I don't
Yeah.
know what the fuck's wrong with me.
That's good. I have that problem when I eat dairy. Like, so I stay away from that shit most of the time.
Yeah, it's been like that since I was a teenager. Yeah, I think I'm just like I don't know. I wonder what like if you had a genetic predisposition for eating certain types of food, but then if you're all different fucking types of genetics, uh, you know, I don't know what the fuck to eat.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
I mean, maybe I should be not eating very much. Just I don't know.
Yeah. Could be anything. I see what you mean, though.
My aunt's a nurse, and well, I don't know if she's retired, but she tried all sorts of different stuff, and then eventually she just went to some kind of what is that called, fasting. Found all sorts of benefits from fasting, like cleaning up plaque and so. I drink a lot of teas and shit that I don't know like if you drink Chanca Piedra, typically if you got a lot of grease in your system, it'll all expel the next day.
Yeah, I heard that about like grapefruits are good for that too.
Oh yeah, grapefruits, yeah, because they're acidic like Chanca Piedra. Yeah, it's, like breaks down all the grease that builds up.
Oh, I see. All right, man, I'm out of here.
All right, it's cool hanging out. I think definitely you should try to do the terp thing with some alcohol. That's a really good idea.
Oh, hell, I know. I wouldn't even know where to start, but if it ever aligned to talk to the right person, that'd be sick.
Just get some Everclear, and there's this dude named Doka Ryan on YouTube. He's got a lot of followers. Ironically, he likes alcohol too, but he puts all this stupid shit in alcohol, and it's like, but he had a technique where he did on this thing where he used Everclear and then he mixed it with the flavors or whatever, and then he re-added water to the Everclear to then make it like 30 proof or something.
Okay, yeah, I have seen this guy. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he like hits the jar with his hand or something.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
pretty sure he wears a similar hat, actually.
yeah, he's got a beard and a hat. I forgot to say that.
All right, man. I'm out.
All right, peace out.
Peace out, everyone.
All right. That was Isaac Spirit Man. I think that's his YouTube. He's a frequenter of our YouTube Masonic Lodge. No, I'm just joking. uh, smoking this outdoor weed from the store. It's only $30 an ounce. It's not. It's better than roaches, but roaches taste better sometimes. It's more like, I don't know. What was I getting at? Yes. So the that stuff we were talking about, me and Isaac a minute ago, that the people living in the past, that is really what's going on. I mean, it's very intuitive. Living in the past, because I mean everything seems to be based in the past, and that it's strange because it's like people. I mean, the thing about it is that for me, I don't know if the past is affecting me. Just like you probably don't know if the past is affecting all of you. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so I mean, if the New World Order has all these plans, that's what I was talking about. At least my only plan was to make a council. Make a council of people. We'll call it the council or something. The council of Americans, or I don't know what the fuck. Doesn't matter what it's called. It's the council. We make some kind of council, and that everybody's a member of the council. It doesn't matter who you are. That your voice, no matter what your opinion, should be able to be heard, and that the council will be basically a bunch of people with a giant digital round table on the internet, and that because we don't need any designated specific thing to be a council, that we have the right to assemble, and we have the right to assemble as a council, and that not necessarily for anything to do with legalese type stuff, but not like a lawyer council, but just a council of plans for civilization, for how people should live, get along, how discuss the conspiracies, to have some kind of plans on how to uh, create prosperity with peace of some sort, and but you know it just boggles my mind, all these people that, like, all these movie stars and stuff, they got big fortunes of money, and that they don't know what to do with it. And it's like they always give all this money away to some charity or some shit, but they're just doing it as a fucking tax write-off. uh you know because it's like, why isn't there, I mean, every once in a while some movie star or something will make some, what was that? I think it was Will Smith's son made a restaurant where it fed the homeless or some shit. But I'd have to see it to believe it. You know what I mean? It's but I mean, like, the idea of like there's so many people out there with all these different interests and stuff. I'm surprised somebody hasn't made like a giant castle community or some shit where everybody larps as fucking some kind of medieval peasants or something. I'm surprised that doesn't exist somewhere. I mean, I know there's a town where people pretend like they're pilgrims or some shit. Well, howdy, pilgrim. No, uh, what? No, it's not pilgrims. It's what is that town? It's only the East Coast. All the people pretend like they're colonials or some shit. I don't remember that. I've never been there. I've heard people tell me about it. Yeah. So it's interesting because like the world being such a small place in a way, because anybody could go anywhere if they wanted to. I mean, unless they've been an idiot somehow and they're not allowed to or something. But like, I don't think I know anybody that's not allowed to fly. I wonder if I've never actually asked anybody that. Like, hey, are you allowed to, you know, go to a different country? I don't know if that's. I don't know. Because I remember when I was a kid, when I was on probation, I couldn't go to a different state. So it seemed like if somebody was, they wouldn't be able to go to a different country, I would assume. I don't know. I thought about going to South America, get a passport and fucking not like very long. It's just that there's a type of tree there that it's called the Capunari tree, and that well, you can't buy any of the tree sap on the internet, and the tree sap is used as a by the natives as a topical to put on places where they have extreme injuries. Like my elbow, my knee, my ankles, my wrist, my neck, my back, my fucking what the fuck is this? Here's and that it's supposed to regrow cartilage, and that if we could get a hold of Capunari sap and put it on our backs and regrow cartilage, I mean, that would be a fucking medical breakthrough. Because it's in the that lady that lived in the Amazon for 40 years or something back in the 50s or whatever. Like, she says that she knew all the shamans' tricks of healing. People say there's not good magic. The shamans in the Amazon had good magic. They could cure the crazy. It's like sometimes it's interesting because it's like sometimes people that are normal take a psychedelic and go crazy, but at the same time, people that are already crazy who take psychedelics usually turn normal, and that's very common. And that same thing with the research of Nicole Maxwell of the tribes, and that she wasn't even investigating psychedelic. Well, she was, but she noticed that every tribe that was partaking in the I can't remember if it was weekly or monthly. I think it was monthly. The monthly ayahuasca ceremony, that none of them were suffering from any form of mental illness, and that technically at the same time the ayahuasca vine itself, which has no psychedelic properties by itself, is a native cure for malaria, which has documentation with rat experiments to prove it. And that well, I mean, malaria is just one. There's so many different the scientists really haven't put in as much time as they should on studying bloodborne pathogens and all this stuff. Like malaria and stuff, and that fucking malaria is well, all these bloodborne pathogens and stuff are they're making people's lives miserable with all sorts of unknown diseases and shit. They say that leprosy was same type of thing as malaria, and that it's ironic because only a shaman could cure the leprosy. The shaman would simply use the ayahuasca vine as a tea to cure it, and that because there was another shaman named Manuel Cordoba Rios or some shit, and that he apprenticed under. Well, he knew another shaman that had a lady that was apprenticed she had leprosy, but the shaman had cured her of the leprosy, and that the damn it, it's like a little fucking like this kind of swamp fly or something that's like really tiny, but like it's like, oh, god damn it, hold on. Nah, I don't think it's gonna really do anything. But so, there's people walking around in the world and they still have leprosy, and that mainstream science hasn't told them, hey, you could cure it possibly with ayahuasca, and that the shamans would use tertiary elements to the ayahuasca, such as plants that were used to treat some sort of disease. More than just the ayahuasca vine and the whatchamacallit, what the fuck's the name of that? The Catruna, or I think that's the name. It's what's the Latin name? Psychotria viridis. But so stuff like Uncariotomatosa. It's the Latin name for cat's claw. Cat's claw would be a plant which has a vast number of medicinal properties, over 40 from what I counted. Cat's claw can be used as a native remedy to treat IBS. It's a native remedy to treat the flu, all sorts of shit. The studies of the lab rats and stuff that Dr. Leslie Taylor does on her website and her book verify that it cures shit in rats, and that fucking I mean, yeah, here's one of them right here. Sangre de Grado. I forget what the Latin name is. This is it's a healing plant or whatever. Usually I take 2 of them every day. I forgot to take some today. Here's another plant. Nettles. Stinging nettles. That's a medicinal plant. Here's one right here. Graviola. That's a medicinal plant. Graviola's said to treat a lot of stuff. Graviola cures the lab rats of cancer. $2 on the sidewalk. You walking around? That's pretty cool. Is it one $2 bills or two $1 bills or one $2 bill? Yeah, I mean, the thing about the tripping is weird. It's like Terrence Kenneth says about the shamans. He says this is the regular trip is for the regular people, and then they would go off at different times and take large amounts of ayahuasca. And this isn't for healing. This is for exploring, and that what you see is not. It's hard to explain. It's like you see these terrains, these lands, you see these places, you see these different people or entities or all sorts of weird shit. The fact that it's like you could take these plants and close your eyes and see fucking like terrains of places. It's a very interesting thing. Because the people are doing it all wrong. You don't go to a concert. You sit in the dark. You sit in the pitch black. And that's all I used to do. Like 15 years ago, back when I used to trip, I would take a bunch of psychedelics, and I would sit in the pitch black darkness with no lights on, no sound, nobody, nothing. Just sit on the couch in the pitch black darkness and fucking, you think you got balls? Because I've asked that, people, that's every time I ask somebody, they never do that. I don't know anybody that's ever tripped like that. When you trip like that in pitch black darkness, and that you will see shit that fucking you can't explain, and that to any normie that sounds incredibly scary, but it's like it's not scary. It's I don't know. It's hard to explain. I haven't tripped in years. I don't even think about tripping anymore. I used to love to trip. Back in the 90s, I would take psychedelics and ride on my skateboard all over. I gotta take these Sangre de Grado. It cures ulcers. Sangre de Grado. But like, yeah, like I don't even think about tripping, but the stuff you would see, I would sit there by myself and I would see this crazy shit when I would take the psychedelics, and like, sometimes the room would totally be the same, and entities would appear. They would just appear out of nowhere. They would be standing right in front of you, and they would look at you. They would never say anything, and then they would just disappear, and that's all you would see. And it'd be like, what the fuck did I just see? What the fuck was that? What the fuck does that even mean? It's like, I mean, it's not really spooky, especially if some kind of weird cartoon looking shit. Yeah, like fucking like you'd be sitting there and it'd be like, usually the room would be totally normal with the if you smoke the DMT, which I haven't done that in like 13 years, but like, you know, some people it fucking I am not saying to ever do that ever, because some people it makes them lose their mind and they go crazy and fucking, you know, doesn't end well for them. Uh you know, that's what's fucked up, because it's like I remember you know, it's like everybody's afraid of all this weird shit, but it's like I was never afraid of anything. It's like, oh, uh my ex broke my heart, all these uh people, everybody's retarded. This is like a long time ago, and I'm just like, I'm gonna trip my brains out and I'm gonna see if Terrence McKenna is a liar or not. That's what I'm gonna do. And that, so I decided to do it like 15 years ago. And that I'd listened to his lectures and heard his disputations. I believed he was a liar or an idiot, or that he was making shit up. I thought he was making shit up. I in no way believed what he said, and everything that he said, none of it appeared in any of my trips whatsoever. You know, the you know, everything that I seen was, well, I mean, except for the weird sphere thing, but that was like way, you know, and there's stuff that I seen before I ever heard Terrence McKenna talk, uh, that I seen while tripping that he talks about, and that's the weird thing about it. It's like, it's very strange. It's like weird magic. Uh, you know, like, it's like you'd be sitting there, and then all of a sudden you'd see this pattern, and you'd see the pattern in the air or on the wall. You see some kind of pattern, and it wouldn't be something that was on the wall. It would be some kind of glowing neon light pattern that would be look like some kind of weird 80s shit, uh, but like floating in the air. Weird neon light patterns, fucking and then typically the patterns. I mean, the patterns are nothing. I mean, that's nothing. That's, I mean, to any normie, that would blow their fucking mind. They'd be like, "Oh my god!" They would just go on and on about it forever. I'm sure. Patterns are nothing. It's just the fabric of the universe. That's all. And then in the patterns seem to be like doorways or something. Different types of things will come through, or you'll see different things. Because it's like the patterns, but it's not like you're seeing something in the pattern. It's like something literally is 3D for like a fucking hologram, and all behind it, the wall is gone, and there's all just this pattern bullshit, and it's like, and it's like, or the whole room will just be patterns, and all you'll see is some sort of entities, or some sort of like city or something, uh some kind of terrain, or like, you know, you'll see like some kind of you know, what some of the stuff I had seen on the psychedelics, it was like, there was, it's like there was factories of spirits or something, that they were making spirits in the factory, and that, you know, there's no way to explain it. It was like, you were seeing these rows of these moving chairs that were like filled with these faceless ghost things that were it was like conveyor belts of chairs with these ghost things that were being made or something, and that and then that it was like rows and rows of them as far as you could fucking see everything. It was rows of these moving chairs that were like, uh, I've never seen anything like it. It was one of the weirdest shits I've ever seen. Uh, I don't know what the fuck that was. Like, I don't know what a lot of that shit was, and spooky ass shit. Seeing all sorts of weird gears and shit. Fucking, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like you see some weird ghost shit, and you see some kind of weird ghost machine, and it's like, what the fuck is that? Like, why would a ghost need a machine? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, I mean, that's where the whole thing gets really weird. I mean, I don't even like to discuss it because it's very strange. Uh, the idea of, I mean, it's spooky as shit, because it's like, I would bet money that if something really happened to Whitley Strieber, that they were all on psychedelics and that he didn't say that part. I would bet absolute money. It doesn't even matter if it was, and whatever I seen was definitely not like that stupid movie. Fucking, but I don't know. The whole thing about it is like it's like you could sit in the dark or close your eyes or whatever. It's better to be in the dark, and that it was like, not only would you see uh these things, but like it's like you could also like read people's minds or something from a distance. It's like, oh, I wonder what so and so is doing. You're like thinking about it, and then it's like you'd see this like you'd like daydream this. You'd see like that they're eating or something. Some kind of weird like it was like psychic spy shit. It was like you know it was like anything you thought of. It was like if as long as it wasn't some kind of thing beyond limitations type of thing. That it was like I wonder what they even anything looking at like old art or ancient artifacts or something. It'd be like, I wonder what they thought about this. And then it's like the idea would just like you could almost see it. Like sometimes you would literally see it. Like fucking it's like I remember when I drank that ayahuasca, it was like I forgot to say the part about the serpents. There was there was these like these ghost snakes that were, it was like all the patterns were everywhere. You close your eyes, you'd see all these patterns, and fucking I would always put my arm over my eyes just to make it like more dark if it wasn't like nighttime out or whatever when I used to trip. But like uh it was like these ghost snakes started slithering towards each other, and then they would like turn into like a statue or something, and then they would like slither away, and then they would slither back, and it would turn into like a car or something, and like it just kept doing that over and over, and it was like making all these shapes. It was doing it really fast. It was like and it was just like doing it really quick, and it was like and it was like all you're seeing. I don't know what the fuck it was. It was very strange. It was I don't know what those ghosts. There was no I don't know. It was like it was like those things you could tell that there was some sort of cognitive thoughts behind it, that it was showing me some kind of imagery to convey some kind of message because it couldn't talk. It could only show you things. That's what was different about in comparison with the psychedelics on the fungus uh, compared to the uh, ayahuasca and stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, it's weird though because it's one of the trips I did hear some weird ghost noises and shit, but like that was back like 14 years ago when I smoked some of the DMT. Uh, that it was some kind of it sounded like a large, sound like a fucking mountain lion or something purring, like like that sound. You could hear it like from far distance, and it was going on for like an hour. It was like there's nothing like in the woods that way or anything. It's very bizarre. I mean, I was at a different house or whatever, but like then I don't know. The whole thing is, it's so spooky that like all these people online and all this shit, they're all fucking noobs. They've never, that they're there's just so much bullshit going on where it's like people they're perverting the ancient cultures, the shamanic customs and such, and that those customs and rules and stuff were, uh, you know, because it's like those matter because it's like the people that talk about it these days, they're all full of shit. They don't know anything about the fucking tribal customs. They fucking make shit up and they fucking, it's like, and you can tell that they're making their, I don't know how to explain it. It's like you can tell that they're like fucking insane or something. That they're it's hard to explain. It's like, and that they're all new agers. That's what I really hate. 'Cause I do not like the new age bullshit. Damn it, I need to go to sleep. I'm smoking this last. Anybody that starts talking about psychedelics and mixing the new age bullshit, that uh they're not telling the truth about the psychedelics. They're not using them the correct way. That they're perverting it, and that they're insane. Typically, they don't. They're just making shit up. They live in a world of lies, and like it's hard to explain. It's like it's like you can see it with all the fruits of them, where they're stealing and cheating and all this type of thing. That it's I don't know. What was I getting at? So this whole new age communist illuminist bullshit, this all matters with the psychedelics and the stuff, because it's like there's a wave of people that are into psychedelics these days that are all preaching the new age religion. You seen that video of that weird crazy lady that I showed you on here, where she thought she was channeling some kind of alien voice or some shit, and she was saying it out loud and all this weird shit. I don't know if that's real or not. However, I did come across somebody once that was speaking in gibberish at a party, and that I was totally sober, and that I mean I was smoking weed, but that a bunch of people at that party were tripping, and like some dude was like playing some video game, and he was like he was, and everybody was telling me about it. I was like, well, that's weird. I'm gonna go check it out. And then I went up to that room or whatever, and fucking and the dude looked totally normal. He was just sitting there. He was playing a video game or something. He's at like a menu or something. He's adjusting something on the screen or something. I don't know what he was doing, but like what he was doing on the video game looked rational. It didn't look like anything weird or like he was driving a race car into the wall or something. Like there was, he was in control of the video game in a normal way. And then he's like, and then he points at the screen and he's talking about something about the game, but he's saying it in a different language that I've never heard before. And that it didn't sound like gibberish. It sounded like a real language. That's what was really weird about it. And that, and he wasn't aware that he was speaking a different language, and that I don't know, it was weird. It was like he was speaking Elvish. He was definitely speaking Elvish. I don't know no other way to explain it. Speaking Elvish. Yeah, so I mean, I guess on that note, that's what's weird about the psychedelics. I guess I got one more thing to say. Damn it, my footage is. You got bit by a mosquito or something. It's like when you take the psychedelics, sit in a dark room, it's completely dark, put all the blankets and shit over the windows or whatever, make sure it's dark outside, turn off every light, sit on the couch, smoke joints, and don't listen to anything, don't watch anything, just sit there and wait. And it may not happen the first time, but most likely it will. But it's there's all sorts of patterns and such. Wait, did I take that off the screen? Damn it. It's like people want proof of the afterlife. They want proof of the other side. I already got the proof for myself. I don't need no more proof. I'm not trying to see any more proof on fucking the afterlife. No. Fucking taking the psychedelics. I don't even like to do it anymore. It's not very fun if it, like the damn it. I just got weed in my mouth. But so yeah, so many times when I was tripping, I would see these things that were machines or something, some kind of machines, and it didn't make any sense. I mean, the only way I could explain it was there's some kind of elves or something that were using machines in the spirit world, and that it seemed very off. It seemed very off. It was like, because it wasn't like anything I'd ever seen in a movie or anything. It wasn't an idea that I had, contemplated or anything. It was, I mean, I've heard Terrence McKenna mention it, but it's like, it was not anything that I never like visualized or thought of it. Like, it was, and I think it has everything to do with the UFO stuff. The UFO stuff is the Elvis stuff, some kind of weird Elvis shit. It's like there was this. I was watching this TV show. It was called Twilight Zone. It's from the '80s. I think it was the second series, second season. Maybe it was the first. But it was about this dude, some old dude that he was like, "Oh, the little people, the wee little people." You know, he's talking about the elves, some Irishmen. Ah, the wee little people. Uh, and in the story, he was poor or something, and he's like, "Oh, I'm leaving." He starts paying everybody in these triangular shaped gold coins, and then the town bully is like, "Oh, blah blah blah, what the fuck," you know, and like, well, I don't know if he was the town bully or not, but the I can't remember the dude's character, but it was funny because he, well, he gave the gold turned into lead, and the and then the guy hunts him down or something. It's like, what the fuck, and then uh finds him going into a saucer with little green men. and it's like an alien. It's like a fucking alien spaceship with fucking like Marvin the Martian. I think it is. What? Let me see if I can bring up an image here. Yeah, like this stupid cartoon. Well, yeah, it's very bizarre. Where's it at? Well, I guess I'm just gonna do this one. Okay, so they make a little Martian dude on the cartoon. Why isn't it showing up? There it goes. Okay, maybe I should take this off. Okay, I don't know if you can see it or not. There it is. So they show us stuff like this in these cartoons, and it's like, well, I mean that's not the quite the thing I was visualizing there, but the I think it was a different cartoon. Oh. But so yeah, all the descriptions, it's very strange that, because it's like Irish lore talking about little people, elves, and all of this, and they got the elvish circles and all this stuff. uh it's interesting because it reminds you of like the uh the mushroom circles, the fairy circles, and sometimes those grow around trees. There's lumberjacks that are very superstitious on cutting down a tree like that. But the whole UFO elf thing, it's ironic too because they even call, instead of EBE, extraterrestrial biological entity, they say ALF, alien life form, elf, aka an elf. I mean, that's very ironic. I wonder if there's an elf episode where he's wearing a leprechaun hat. Maybe I should make a AI of that. Yeah, so let's see here. Wait, I don't have it on the screen. Damn it. Okay. Wait, why is it on? There it is. Okay. Yeah, so just a little irony. ALF, ELF, elf, leprechauns. Oh, he's got a comic book. That's funny. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna pass out here. I'm gonna fucking. But I wasn't even gonna come on the other night, but. Yeah, so interesting. They made a comic of it. ALF, ELF. You know, see, this wouldn't even cross my mind if it wasn't for the stupid episode of the X Files, where I think it's the first episode of the second season. It's called Little Green Men, and that the Mulder starts off and he's like, "Oh, you ever heard of the what is it, George Ellery Hale?" Or wait, no, is that no? That's not the right name. It's the guy that made the Palomar Observatory. Damn, I can't think of his name. Palomar Observatory, but he claimed that a little green dude came to his window and told him to get some money from the Rockefellers. And so his own eyewitness testimony account, he states that an elf came to his window and told him to get money from the Rockefellers to build the Palomar Observatory. A little green man. What the fuck was that dude's name? Hold on here. George Ellery Hale. It was something else. God damn it! I remember looking at his medical records or whatever. Palomar Observatory, and ironically, it's the same observatory which is featured in quite a few films. Damn it! What is that guy's name? It is. Yeah, it is George Ellery Hale. Okay, I'm retarded. George Ellery Hale, astrophysicist, known for the discovery of magnetic fields in sunspots, and as a leader, key figure of planning the construction of several world-leading telescopes, namely the Yerkes Observatory and the 60-inch Hale reflecting telescope at Mount Wilson Observatory. Blah, blah, blah. In the 200-inch Hale reflecting telescope at Palomar Observatory. Played a key role in the foundation of International Union Cooperation, Solar Research, and National Research Council, developing the California Institute of Technology. Even this is smoke. Where is it at? I know it mentions the elf thing, and it's what? Oh, it doesn't mention the fucking elf thing. What the fuck? Oh, they retarded. Elves. Yeah, here's Harvard University. What was this article date here? 2000. This is a paper of Hale's Little Elf, Mental Breakdowns of George Ellery Hale. This is just one mention of it. Pilgrimage of Mankind, Paul Murray Kindle is at bottom a story of human energy, how it has been used, and the ends it has sought to encompass. End quote. pilgrimage of the pioneer astrophysicist and astronomical entrepreneur George Ellery Hale. Also at bottom, a story of human energy, the gift of it and use of it, and the end and in the end a desperate quest for it. Born 1868, William Hale. Blah blah. Where's the elf part? I don't see it. Well, I guess it says elf on every page. Well, I don't know. I have to go over this. Yeah, it looks like there's some more reference. It's the same article for some older stuff. I remember finding some stuff about. Pretty sure it was in the book section. 2024. No, well, I'm probably gonna pass out here anyways. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Science newsletter. Well, no, that's mentioning the sun. Nah, I'm passing out. All right, peace out.